little bit distracted because Becky Lynch has just dropped this, which I was just watching. It goes for over 10 minutes. I've only seen the first couple of minutes of it, and it's basically her showing us behind the scenes, doing a bit of a vlog. She said, effective immediately, Becky Lynch, the greatest of all time, and it's not just me saying it, will boycott Monday Night Raw until my demands are met. So my title must be returned, side plates included. Jessica Carr must be suspended, and an apology must be issued. Thank you for your attention to this matter, right? So that's what she's saying. This is actually a blog, though. This is a vlog of her kind of showing just behind the scenes. It's not 10 minutes of her just saying that, right? It's kind of 10 minutes of her backstage at Raw and whatnot. So I just watched the first couple of minutes, but then it was time to start the stream. So I was like, okay, better jump into this now. So, yeah, I mean, what I will say is Becky's crash out since losing the title has been very, very entertaining. I mean, I would say it's the best thing that any WWE superstar has been doing with social media over the past, few weeks. I think it's been really, really entertaining. She's obviously been doing nicknames for people. Now she's putting out this. She's like, if Maxine can have a vlog on WWE.com, which I didn't even know was still a thing, then I can have my own vlog as well. So, yeah, this is very, very good. Very good. I need to have a look at the rest of it before we go to Unseen later. But we're not going to get a chance to sit down and watch it now. If it was like a minute or two, we would. 10 minutes is insane. 10-minute video is insane. But yes, that's the latest post that I was just watching that got tagged in by... Who tagged me in that? It was Mitchell that tagged me in that. So, Mitchell, thank you. Mitchell tagged me in that about half an hour ago and has said I just caught the first few moments. Right, let's have a look and see what's going down on Raw, and then we'll jump over and... oh, hello. Make the holiday legendary. Give the gift of WrestleMania. Okay, so the New Day challenge AJ Styles and Dragon Lee for the World Tag Team titles. They're on the line on this show. Jey Uso and LA Knight are going to be battling in the Last Time Is Now tournament. Gunther and Solo are going to be battling as well. Did not know that. Did not know that we had both semi-finals. I thought we had one semi-final tonight. I thought we were doing the other one on Friday. I didn't realize we were actually doing both tonight. So that means that by tonight we will have the final sorted. So... yeah, Jey and Gunther is what I'm probably expecting. Definitely Gunther, but it could be LA Knight. LA Knight could progress, but I think I'm leaning Jey. I mean, Jey against Gunther was a WrestleMania match. Gunther lost, tapped out. So I could imagine that they would be interested in having Gunther kind of face an old demon, if you will. Face someone that took his belt away from him. And, kind of do it as a bit of an end of the year kind of right in a wrong, if you will. So I'm thinking Jey, but it absolutely could be LA Knight that gets the win, and then we do LA Knight Gunther. Either way, I think we're all expecting Gunther to win this thing. But there we go. Not much in the way of a preview. And obviously the big chatter has been that Triple H said that this was going to be an epic Raw, which is, I don't know, interesting. An epic Raw is what we're in for. So, I mean, I wouldn't get too carried away from that. I actually don't even know where he made those comments. I don't even know where. I mean, I've seen the comments being reported, but I don't know where he has said them. I mean, what interview will he have said them in? According to Triple H, tonight's Raw is epic. Here's the posts. But as I said, I keep seeing this post, but I don't know originally where he made these comments. According to Triple H, tonight's Raw is going to be epic. Don't know. Can we trust it? Probably not. Probably not. Johnny said, after every miserable PLE, the Raw after has been great, actually. I'm going to give hope to everyone until the next disaster. Well, yes, I mean, look, Survivor Series was not very well received, and you can understand why. None of the matches really blew people's minds. I think the match that people enjoyed the most might have been Dominic against John Cena. It was certainly the match you lot scored the highest. And the problem with that is it was so overbooked. I mean, really, it wasn't John versus Dominic. They should have billed it as John versus Judgment Day. That's what it was. It was John Cena versus Judgment Day. And, of course, Judgment Day won. So, you know, Raquel got some moments, got a moment. Roxanne got a moment. Finn, JD came down. Liv came back. Dominic got his belt back. But, yeah, I mean, he had to face all the members of Judgment Day, John Cena. So, I mean, so many shenanigans, probably too many shenanigans. And as a result, you know, we kind of end up with a match that, I don't know, you could have done it on Raw, you know, because of all the shenanigans. You could have done it as the Raw main event and brought Liv back. I mean, it was fine at Survivor Series, but it's a shame that was probably the best match. So... And a lot of people going off on Jey yeeting, which is understandable, you know. War Games is meant to be this brutal match where, you know, everyone's worried about getting injured. There's weapons. And, you know, it's one of those very unforgiving matches. It's one of those matches where if you ask a superstar what is the most brutal match that we have, they'll probably say either Elimination Chamber or War Games. Maybe a Hell in a Cell would be mentioned, but it would be one of those three, right? And I think you would get varying degrees of different answers. So to kind of stop kind of mid-match and start yeeting away at the top of the cage. I mean, there's footage of CM Punk, like, with a chair, using it as a guitar, and Jey at the top, like, yeeting away. There's a lot of people going, what the hell are you doing? You do realize there's, like, the last heel is about to come down, and we all know who it is. It's Brock Lesnar. This is not a great surprise. He's the last one that's coming down. And rather than getting a strategy and how you're going to deal with him, rather than figuring out how you're going to neutralize the beast, you've decided that you're going to dance and yeet instead. So a lot of people down. I mean, just any time that Jey runs his entrances back is, you know, not appreciated by everyone. Doing it mid-War Games. Flip. So I saw people melting down over that. I saw people melting down about just how flat the women's one was. There wasn't really much in the way of OMG moments. Probably the biggest one was EO in a trash can that we've seen like a couple of times before. And then like Stephanie Nikki was a bit flat. The ending, the mystery person, I mean, that's already been spoiled. So, I mean, well done, everyone. Well done. Flippity-doo-dah. So, I don't think I'm alone in saying that we're all very much looking forward to saying goodbye to 2025. The concern is, like, looking at that show on Saturday, I gave it a 6, right? I gave it a 6. And that was being kind. I think that you look at that show and you look at the lack of build for it and you look at the lack of kind of moments during that show, and it is hard to not get worried for next year, to be honest. It is difficult to look at that show and not go, is this the creative team that's going to be able to, like, you know, turn this around? And then you hear the rumor that we're going to do Cody Roman again, and you go, that's the best you could come up with. Going back to that match again. So the big idea to move things forward is we're going to do Roman Cody again. That's the big idea. There is just such a lack of creative juices in that creative team. It's just void of it. Either that creative team is coming out with loads of ideas, but Triple H is shooting them all down, right? And he's like, no, not going to do that. We're going to keep it simple. right? And Triple H is the problem. Or Triple H is looking around the room going, has anyone got any thoughts? And everyone's like, what if Jey yeets again? What he could yeet again. Okay, well, okay, we'll put it down because that's the only thing we've got. What are we doing for WrestleMania 42? Roman Cody? We could do Roman Cody again. Jesus Christ. We'll put it down because we ain't got nothing else. That's just a glimpse. That's just a glimpse into the creative process of WWE. No, I'm very optimistic. I think everything's fine. Everything's absolutely fine. Connor said, what are the thoughts on us getting Roman Cody for a third time at WrestleMania? And what are the thoughts on us getting CM Punk Braun Breaker at WrestleMania? Well, look, if it is going that way, and Dave Meltzer is indicating that is the direction, it's not the match I would do. Yeah, I wouldn't do Cody Roman for a third time. I understand the argument, which is they're 1-1. We need to figure out who gets the rubber match, who wins the feud, if you will. But I don't think that's true, because if you remember Rock Cena, they did 2 matches at WrestleMania, 1-1, and we just, walked away, and that was it. They were both GOATs. They were both legends. And actually, I thought the way that ended was really good, really nice. It ended with The Rock giving, credit to John and kind of saying, yeah, do you know what? He's all right, this guy. Because he, held his hand up and, the title changed hands. John was victorious. And The Rock kind of gave John some kudos, a little bit of a rub, right? And it just didn't feel like we needed to find out the winner of those two, right? And I feel the exact same way with Roman and Cody. I mean, Roman won the first encounter at 39. Cody won the second encounter at 40. I just don't need to go back to it and have a winner. In my mind, I just don't need it. But, if that's, as I said, maybe they're going to turn Cody heel and we're going to have a different wrinkle on it, right? Maybe that's the plan. Maybe some third person gets added into the match. Maybe Gunther gets added into the mix. I just don't know. I think there's probably a really good chance that we do Brock Gunther, because we know that was the match we were going to do at WrestleMania 40. Brock Gunther was the plan. And then, of course, all that stuff happens. Brock got removed, didn't feature at WrestleMania, and so we didn't get that match, did we? So I think there's probably a good chance that Brock Gunther is the match they still want to do. That would mean Gunther won't be around the title picture. So that means you've got Roman, you've got Punk, you've got Cody. You would have Seth, but Seth is obviously dealing with an injury. So it's hard to know how he fits into the conversation. We don't know when he's going to be back, and I don't know if you can really rely on putting him in a high-profile match, because he just might not make it, Or if he does make it, he might still have some ring rust. He might not be ready for a big singles championship match. So I'm okay with Seth not really featuring. He can always be added if he does make it back. I know he's trying to get back for February, but we don't know that he's going to make it back for February. So, yeah, I think that there are definitely twists and turns that we've got to go through. You never know if someone's going to pick up an injury, but as a rough outline, Roman Cody is not the direction that I would go. I don't think that's the right starting point. I would personally start somewhere else and have a different matchup. Braun CM Punk's fine. I think it makes sense. CM Punk's a big name. He's the World Heavyweight Champion. I think Braun Breaker, keep building his aura. I thought the way that he walked out at Survivor Series looked fantastic when he came down that kind of corridor with all the smoke and the jacket and everything, the silhouette of him. I think it was the best entrance, genuinely. I think it looked absolutely fantastic. And it was just a glimpse. There's been just a couple of times where they've managed to present him and he's looked fantastic. I think when he came down and he had that World Heavyweight Championship on his shoulder the week after murking Seth, a lot of people were saying it looks good on him. He was wearing this black, like, bomber jacket thing, and he had the World Heavyweight, and he just looked good with it. And I remember looking at that going, oh, yeah, no, that doesn't look bad at all, actually, him with that belt. And then at Survivor Series, that entrance that they did for him looked really, really good as well. So a couple of little moments where you go, yeah, I see it, right? Maybe I don't quite see it sometimes when he's cutting his promos. Maybe I don't quite see the 4+ star matches, right, that he delivers, because he doesn't deliver them. He delivers like 3.5 kind of level matches. So there's definitely areas that still need to improve, but he's young and he will improve, and those areas can improve. But, you know, has he got that little flicker of aura? Well, yeah, because we do see it sometimes. So I don't know how far he goes. He'll go as far as they can push him. I mean, if they can push him to the very, very top, they absolutely will. And that is the plan. That's how it feels. But, you know, obviously there's a lot of things that have got to work. You know, he's got to connect with the audience. He's got to get reactions. He's got to get views. They got to build that aura. So we're on a journey. So having him in the mix is not a problem. Having him in the mix, you know, if he wasn't in the mix, I think we would ask, where is Bron? If you are so serious about building him, where is he? So having him in the mix, not a problem. So him against CM Punk, I actually don't mind. But yeah, it's just Roman Cody. I'm just not sold on it. I think I'd rather do Roman Punk and then do Cody Bron, or some kind of combination like that. I think I'd rather do it that way round, rather than go back to Cody Roman again. Big Time said WWE are relying on nostalgia. They're still trying to milk and recreate the magic of the Bloodline with the Vision and the MFTs. Cody Roman and Jericho retirement tour plans. Are they creatively bankrupt? Well, I honestly, it feels like they are struggling to come up with really exciting new ideas. I think one thing I will say, it's easy to sit here and say they should do this, they should do that, but we don't have the pressure of $1 billion plus company, right? The company worth billions and billions. We don't have the pressure of that company succeeding or failing on our shoulders, right? I do think that's something we have to remember. It's certainly something I have to remember, right? It's really easy to sit here and go, why are they playing it safe? Why are they going back to Cody Roman? Like, why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? I think the truth is that if you're in that seat where you have got like TKO that you have to answer to, and you've got like a lot of fans globally that all want slightly different things, right? I think it's really hard in that moment to actually do the big, exciting stuff, right? Because the truth is, some of it will work and some of it won't work. And it's hard to know what you're going to end up with, right? It's really hard to know what's going to land. Because if you're doing these big swings and you're doing this big, innovative stuff, right? You're pushing these boundaries. Some people are going to roll their eyes at what you do. So, I mean, like, I'm sure you've heard some of the ideas that have kind of come out from some of the old wrestlers, or some of the ideas that come out from, like, I don't know, Sam Roberts or whatever. I mean, I hear some of their booking ideas. Some of them I'm like, I can see that. But then some of them I'm like, what? What are you on about? I mean, who was the one that said that Joe Hendry should come out and should be like the last opponent for John? Joe Hendry, that's not even in this tournament, should come out after the John Gunther match, and that should actually be John's last opponent. I think it was like Mark Henry that suggested that or something. And a lot of people were like, what? What are you on about? I mean, these kind of ideas are probably out there, but it's Triple H that has to look at these ideas, think about the impact they're going to have, think about the reaction that might come from them, and he's the one that has to go yay or nay. He's the one that has to approve or not approve. And to be honest, I think he's just naturally quite a cautious, comfortable person that doesn't want to venture too far away from the norm, right? And I think that any kind of wacky idea, you've probably got to work damn hard to get Triple H to sign it off. So I don't know if it is creative that's not coming up with this stuff, or if it's just Triple H that just wants to keep it tried and tested, safe and sure, right? Which I can understand. I do get it. I put myself in that situation. I sort of know what I'm going to get if I put Roman and Cody in the ring. It's going to be a good match. It's going to look like a great poster. And I sort of know that both have got big fan bases. And I sort of know that it's safe. I know that it's comfortable. I know that if it goes wrong, you can't massively complain about it because it's two of our biggest stars going up against each other. You can say it's dull. You can say it's boring. But, you know, is it going to sell tickets and are people going to be willing to watch it? Yeah, globally, yes. And we're going to tune into WrestleMania anyway. We might moan about it, but we're still going to tune in and watch it because we don't know what they're going to do during it. And I think it's that. I think it's that. I think it is just that inability to take a risk, to take a gamble. I think he's too cautious. He's too nervous. You know, if he swings for the fences and misses, he knows it's on him. And I think there's some of that at play because it's not just a one-off. It's very consistent that things and shows, stories, and everything, they just feel so safe. Everything feels very safe. It feels very comfortable. We don't push the boundaries. We're not pushing the envelope. We're not doing anything that out there, right? We're just very, very safe. So look at like Survivor Series War Games. I mean, there was no new weapons. There was no new spots. The big women's spot was the spot that we'd done before. You know, the ending of the men's spot was a mystery person. We had Jey Yeet in mid-match. I'm trying to think. I'm genuinely trying to think of any big creative spots, and I can't think of anything. I can't think of. I mean, Paul Heyman handed Logan the brass knucks that we've seen a million times, and I mean, did anyone jump off? I don't even think anyone really jumped off the top, did they, outside of Cody when he came in? Cody climbed up and he did a crossbody off the top. Thankfully, Bronson Reed didn't after he shattered his ankle by doing it before. So, yeah, everything's just really safe. And I think if that's the plan for WrestleMania, to actually do Roman Cody again, then that absolutely falls into that bracket again, doesn't it? So I think it's that. I think it's maybe it's a nightmare working in creative. Perhaps they're coming out with loads of great ideas, but Triple H is just like, no, let's keep it safe. Let's keep it steady. It's only so long you can keep Roman out the title picture. After losing to Cody, he said after he got the Ula Fala, he was going to come back for the title, says John. Well, I think that Roman can always go after the World Heavyweight Championship. I mean, I don't disagree with you that Roman being away from a title, you can't keep it going for too long. Roman just naturally is their biggest star. He's going to naturally be around the belt. But I would be way more excited for Roman CM Punk and do it for the World Heavyweight Championship. Don't have a problem with that. I think the reason why that excites me more is because that's not a match that we've seen at WrestleMania. And I don't even know if it's a match we've seen since Punk came back, actually, as like a one-on-one singles match. I don't think it is. I know that they were in that triple threat at WrestleMania last year with Seth, but obviously Seth and Heyman were a massive part of that. Take them out of the equation and just do like a Roman CM Punk and maybe dig into the history of like how the Shield came in and how they came in to work with Punk and all that stuff. Could be kind of interesting. That I think gives me something fresh and different and excites me a lot more. And actually, if The Rock was available, I think The Rock Cody, Roman against Punk and Rock Cody would be really, really fun. I know that people would say, well, what would you do with Bron Breakker? And that would be a perfectly fair question. I think that we would have to find a really good feud for him. Maybe I would look to do him and Jacob or something. I mean, I'd want to put him in there with a badass baby face that, like if Brock was a baby face, that would be a no-brainer. Bron Breakker versus Brock Lesnar, Brock being the babyface. Don't think you can do that, though. Don't think Brock can turn face. I'm not sure if all the fans would buy into that now. So that would be a little bit tricky. That's why I said maybe Jacob, Bron Breakker, really hype it up, make it a massive deal, like a battle of the rising stars kind of a situation. I mean, honestly, that's a match where both guys need the win, really, because both guys are going to be big, big stars in the future of this company. And I think, I always think, when I tune into Wrestle Kingdom, which is a New Japan show, I don't watch New Japan. So when I tune into Wrestle Kingdom, I want to know what the card is, but I want to know what the background for each match is, right? So why are these two fighting? What should I take from this? Why should I care? And if I ever tuned in to Wrestle Kingdom and there was a match quite high up the card, there was two guys that I'd not heard of, but I found out that it was a battle of the two biggest rising stars. The winner's really going to take a step forward to that main event scene. The loser, it's going to be a bit of a setback. It'll be a bit of a longer road for them to get there. So the match matters. That's a match that I'm going to be really interested in if I'm watching Wrestle Kingdom, because you've sold me. These are the two big next generation stars, and they're going up against each other. One's going to take that step forward to the main event scene. The other one, it's going to be a setback. Yeah, they'll still get there, but it's going to be a setback. And that I'm in. Yeah, I'll watch that match. And the winner will really be on my radar as well, because I'll be like, right, that's someone I need to be aware of, because they are now basically the king of the up-and-comers in my mind. So I kind of like the Bron Jacob match, to be honest. I think it's one that people may criticize because they'd be like, why have they done that? Both guys need a win. But if you reframe it and think about it in that regard as let's just put two of our biggest rising stars in a match up against each other, hopefully put on a banger that really grabs people's attention. Winner then, really takes that step forwards. I'd be really down for that. And then if we've got Roman CM Punk, who doesn't want to see that match in 2026? I'd imagine many of you do. And if you can get The Rock to go up against Cody, I think we would all take that, because they've got so much history now. And it does feel like it's, an unfinished story. And it's a weird story. I feel like we need to do that match and that build just to kind of bring some clarity to the flipping situation. I mean, we had The Rock kind of come down and get Cody to give up his WrestleMania 40 match. Then the fans demanded that Cody get the match, and he does. And then we have The Rock turn on Cody and slap him and get upset and become the final boss. And then that leads to the tag match at WrestleMania 40. And then it also leads to Cody finishing his story. Then we have The Rock giving something back to Cody, which we believe was a watch that Cody had bought The Rock. So they don't like each other. Then we don't see anything. Then The Rock turns up and does this kind of gesture. Yeah. And we're all like, what the hell does that mean? Then he appears on the Netflix premiere and he reveals, oh no, we're actually really good friends now. Here's a picture of my mom and his mom, and we're actually really good friends. And everything's great. Then we go to Elimination Chamber, where he's like, listen, we're good friends now. So I would like you to sell your soul to me. I would like you to sell your soul. And Cody was like, F no, right? Turns out that John Cena had, because he turns on Cody. And then it turns out that nothing else happens after that regarding The Rock. So the history of Rock and Cody in recent years has been messy at best. But I feel like right now they don't like each other character-wise, right? Right now I feel like they don't like each other. But it would be good to maybe just flesh some of that out, right? Where we've been and, dig into, like, the promos between them would be fantastic. And there's a real story to be told there. That is definitely a thread that I still feel like I need to pull on and get more from. So I don't know that he would be free. If not, I would still take heel Randy Cody as well. So if Rock's not free, I'll take heel Randy. So maybe WWE are trying to, throw us off the scent. They're kind of showing us Roman Cody to gauge the reaction, but they know that, that's not where we end up. They're just making us think it's where we're going to end up. So, yeah, I don't know, man. There's so much. I mean, what I will say is that WWE is not been in a great place this year, but I'm still really excited for next year, and I don't know why. I am genuinely sat here because I think there's so many things you can do. And there's so much talent. I mean, you could make an argument this roster is the most stacked roster that we've ever had, right? I mean, the women's division is unarguably the strongest it's ever been, okay? And I think that in Roman Reigns, we genuinely have one of the top 5 to 10 greatest WWE superstars, biggest WWE superstars of all time. I mean, I think that Roman can stand alongside a Hogan, can stand alongside a Stone Cold, can stand alongside a John Cena, can stand alongside an Undertaker, can stand alongside The Rock, right? I feel like he can stand alongside a Bruno Sammartino, right? This is someone that I think is in that class. Like, you could point and go, yeah, but we haven't got a Stone Cold. It's like, no, we do. We got Roman Reigns. He might not be as big, right? That's a debate. He might not be as big as what Stone Cold was, but I think he is of that level, right? I think if we're sorting him into tiers, I'm putting him in S tier along with Stone Cold and a Hogan and a Cena and an Undertaker, right? For me, they're all S tier. So we've got a big star in Roman. Brock, obviously, with what he did in UFC, has got is known and is very famous, has got a massive fan base. We know that Cody as well has kind of really caught the imagination. Cody's not S tier. I wouldn't put Cody in that same level as Roman and Hogan and all of those. I feel like he only got to the top at WrestleMania 40. He's got to do a lot more at the top to kind of get into that level. But I think we've got a really good roster with CM Punk around and Seth Rollins. And as we said, some really good emerging talent with Braun and Jacob, Gunther around, of course. You got Trick and Oba coming through. So, there's lots of potential. I just think, can you use it? Can you find a way of taking those pieces, putting them together, and, delivering something really, really good in 2026? I think if you lot had a week of just being locked in a room and just writing storylines and just coming up with ideas and writing WrestleMania cards and SummerSlam cards and who wins the Rumble and what feuds come out of the Rumble and what do we do at Elimination Chamber. And, if you had a week of just writing all these shows, I bet you could come out with some really good stuff. With the roster that we've got, I bet you could come out with some really good stuff. I'm confident I could, and I'm confident many of you could as well. So you have to have hope that WWE's creative team can come up with some good stuff. It just goes back to what we said before. Is the problem that Triple H, now that he's, it's easy to book NXT because NXT doesn't mean much. NXT doesn't really matter. NXT is, a TV show that gets like 500 some thousand in the ratings, right? When Triple H was booking it, it was a show that was on the network. Right? It was on the WWE network. I don't even think it was getting the views that it gets now. In fact, I'm pretty adamant it wasn't getting the views that it gets now. And so I think NXT is easy to just book, right? It doesn't really carry much in the way of consequence. You need to keep your ratings up, but as long as you can, get the odd star from the main roster to bump your ratings, as long as you can tell some, put on some decent matches, you're fine. You're not carrying $1 billion of company on your back, right? I think once you go to the main roster, completely different story. Completely different. This is why I don't believe Shawn replacing Triple H just magically changes everything. It might change a few things, but I think that the pressure of having that responsibility, I think that is actually a really big factor. Because Triple H was great when he was in NXT. People were desperate for him to be the main roster booker. And now he's the main roster booker after a bit of a bad year. A lot of people are saying, get him out, get Shawn in. But it's like, maybe that helps. But equally, there's got to be a reason, a really good reason, as to why Triple H was loved when he booked NXT and now is being vilified that he's on the main roster. Surely that's a concern. Surely that's an alarm bell right there. Good in NXT, not as good on the main roster. What's that about? What's happened there? And that makes me just think that the weight of, carrying this company creatively is very, very heavy. You see it in football, actually. There's a player called Isak that just went to Liverpool, and a lot of people are saying he's not looking good this year. He was one of the best players in the Premier League, but they're saying that Liverpool shirt, it's too heavy for him. He just can't live up to expectations. And it's like, yeah, you see it all the time. You see it where players are great for one team. They go to a bigger team and it's just, that shirt, man, it's too heavy. It's hard. It's really hard to shine on that kind of a stage. And maybe Triple H has got a bit of that going on, where it's easy to shine in NXT, but you go to the main roster, that shirt, that responsibility gets real heavy. Mosey, shout out to you. Jason, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Glenn said, Daze, how you doing? I'm doing good, thank you. What are we expecting tonight? Well, we're expecting something epic. I'm just expecting a fallout from Survivor Series. I'm just expecting a bit of fun. I'm just expecting some bouncy, yeah? Javon Evans. I want this show to be bouncy, right? I'm in really good spirits. I know that people are down after Survivor Series. I know that there are concerns for next year. We've just spoke about those. But I don't know, man. There's still things to look forward to. We're getting to John Cena's last match. You've got to be excited for that. Surely. The next pay-per-view, or PLE, after Saturday night's main event, is going to be Royal Rumble. It's WrestleMania season round the corner. You gotta be excited for that. WrestleMania season. And to be honest, WrestleMania 41 was not very well received. We know 2025, bad year. It's not normal for WWE to run 2 bad WrestleManias. Normally you get one, and then the next year you kind of bounce back, right? I sort of feel like this year was a bad one. I don't expect next year to be a bad one. I think next year might be okay, might be fine, acceptable, might not be mind-blowing. But I'm not expecting next year's WrestleMania to be bad. And also, I do think that the European tour played a part in the build being quite flat. We said that at the time. They actually did a tour around Europe in February, March, which was so stupid to get all of the wrestlers traveling around Europe at the most critical time of the year. I just sort of feel like going from country to country, right? Going from hotel to hotel, not being at home and traveling around Europe, doing live events and whatever as you build to WrestleMania. That is just not keeping the focus where it needs to be. The focus throughout March should be fully on WrestleMania. You should know by that point if you're working it and who you're working, and we should be working on, putting that match together behind the scenes, coming up with ideas, just doing whatever we can to get ready for WrestleMania. That's what the focus should. It shouldn't be that we're traveling around Europe. And interestingly, they've moved it this year. So now the European tour is January. So they've moved it earlier. So I wonder if WWE felt the same. I wonder if there was someone in WWE that was like, yeah, that was not ideal. We need to move it. So I think that's a positive. That gives me a bit more confidence that the build will be better because we haven't got a European tour to faff around with. Robbie said, online sentiment for the WrestleMania 42 matches is underwhelming. Yes. Yes, it is. Which you can understand, as you can just rerunning basically the big match we've done 2 times previous. Well, I do think that CM Punk Bron's okay. I'm not too down on that one. Okay, Evangelist Jacob said, do we think it would have been a good idea for Stephanie to drop the title to Nikki to create a meaningful feud with Stephanie winning it back later? I don't think so. I think that Stephanie is someone that we really want to build. I think that she is someone that we really do see as like a big future star. The reason she obviously is a very attractive girl, but also she is learning English. She has got that sort of South American background, which means that, you can use her when it comes to like Mexico shows, or if you do go to like South America. That part of the world is like a real interest to WWE, Mexico and South America. I think we are looking to do a bit more in South America. Mexico, certainly with AAA, right? And there's a real, wrestling fanatical fan base there. And so I think like with Stephanie, we're really trying to find like a crossover star, yeah? I mean, my understanding is this is part of the reason why we went and got behind Damian Priest. So Damian Priest, with his background, he was someone that we wanted to kind of really build up because, again, anything to do with Mexico, anything to do with South America, WWE are looking to like really grow in those areas. So, again, Santos Escobar, he's someone that they've just put onto a big contract and he's got a sit-down meeting with Triple H. I think he's going to have a pretty good year. I'm not going to say he's going to be a world champion, but I think he's going to be presented drastically different to how he was, right? And, Dominic Mysterio, he's obviously capitalized on that. El Grande Americano, blah, 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 blah. So you get my point. So Stephanie is someone that I think they've got real excitement around. And so what they're trying to do is they're trying to introduce her to the new main roster audience that don't know her. There's a lot of kids that don't watch NXT, right? A lot of parents that, might remember The Undertaker and tune in with their kids, but they ain't tuning in on a Tuesday, right, to watch JC Jane. So they haven't seen Stephanie. They've only seen her since May. So you've got to find a way of letting these people know she's a big deal. She is a real credible wrestler. She is someone you need to take note of. And the best way of doing that is by giving her wins. Not giving her like 50-50 matches where she loses and gets it back and all that kind of stuff. Give her wins. Give her a good championship run. Have her picking up victories against different people, right? What I would say is Nikki's obviously got a lot of supporters. So there's a lot of Nikki Bella fans that wanted her to succeed. But I think Nikki is at that stage in her career where she is a Hall of Famer, she is a name, and she can help other girls take that kind of step forward, right? So I don't know how much of a step forward, it's hard to measure, but Stephanie being one of the matches at Survivor Series was obviously really good for her exposure. There was only 4 matches, and Stephanie was one of them, and she won one of them. And, that's a hell of a showcase for Stephanie. I don't know that you can really do that if you're going to put her in there with an Ivy Nile or something like that. Like, no offense to Ivy Nile, but, like, I don't know that you could do Stephanie Ivy Nile or, you know, Stephanie against, I don't know, Maxine Dupree, whatever. I don't know that you could do that match at Survivor Series. The stage is a bit too big. But Nikki Bella is certainly big enough to have a match, right, at Survivor Series, a singles match. So I think that match was because we had confidence that Nikki is a big enough name, a big enough star, where it makes sense that we can do that match at Survivor Series. It's brilliant for Stephanie. It gets her on the show. She gets the win, which looks good in front of a lot of people that probably still don't know her. And it's a good name to have on the resume. So, you know, Stephanie now has got a victory over Nikki Bella. Brilliant. On to the next one, really. So, you know, if she can get a win over Becky Lynch, that would be huge, because that would be another big, big name to have on the resume. And maybe we do Becky against Stephanie at WrestleMania or something. Maybe that's where we're heading. I mean, that's the kind of opponent that Stephanie needs. She needs to go up against someone like Becky. And she needed to go up against someone like Nikki. These are good, credible women to get wins over. I know a lot of people will say that a win over Nikki doesn't mean anything in 2025, but you've got to remember, a lot of us watch wrestling all the time. So to us, getting a win over a Nikki Bella that doesn't really wrestle much anymore and, you know, is not someone that's got loads of wins, loads of momentum, you know, she's a name from the past at this point, right? So getting a win over Nikki to some of us that watch all the time might not mean much. But if you're a casual fan, if you're someone that just watches like the PLEs, used to watch a bit more back in the day, that match is reframed. That match is different to you. That match doesn't mean to those people what it means to some of us. It's like Nikki Bella is a name. There's many people that got into WWE thanks to Total Bella's Total Divas. She is a name. She is a Hall of Famer. She achieved a lot. She had a lot of exposure. She had a lot of TV time on various different projects. And getting a win over Nikki will mean something to some people out there. So, no, I don't think it was really the right time for 50-50 and doing a feud and whatever. I think just keep investing in Stephanie. And I think the kind of feud that she'll have should be around the build to WrestleMania. I don't know that she needs to drop the belt before Mania. I could see Stephanie going in as champ. I mean, we're in December now. WrestleMania's in April. We know that by the time we get to, you know, January Rumble, that's, you know, we're locked into the feuds by that point. I think I would just keep going with Stephanie. If they really do want to keep building her, if they really do believe in her, then have her pick up wins along the way. On Raw, just, you know, against whoever, on PLEs against bigger names, and then, you know, build towards this feud at WrestleMania. So I think that's the strategy, that's the thought process. Aaron said he was loved because he put on probably the best pay-per-views in recent memory with takeovers, but the TV was fine. The problem is we're not getting takeover style pay-per-views since WrestleMania 40, says Aaron. So Aaron, talking about Triple H and the Triple H booking. Alfie, hello. Daze, would we have Ilya do a US Open challenge at Cena's retirement? I think it would be very cool idea. I wouldn't be down on that. Ilya's a fantastic wrestler. You're going to get a banger. Him doing an open challenge to any NXT talent, because it needs to be against someone from NXT. That's what Cena wants. He wants the main roster taking on NXT. So anyone from NXT, that could be really interesting. So, yeah, I would have no problem with that. Have we done Javon Ilya? I can't remember. We did Sammy Javon, but I don't know if we've done Ilya Javon. That's where my mind kind of flicks to. But yeah, no, I'd have no issue with that. I think that would be pretty fun. I don't know what matches they're going to do. That's probably a good kind of prediction video to predict the matches. That is a good idea, actually. Predicting the matches that we're going to get before the matches have been announced could be fun. I've never done a video like that, but yeah, there's a few people asking about what are those matches going to be. We have spoke about them the other day, actually. We were saying you could do something like Cody Rhodes against Ricky Saints because they're really good friends in real life. Ricky Saints is the current NXT champion. He's someone they really believe in. Hence, they've given him the NXT championship. And I think because of their relationship, like, that match could really, really be a fun match. I'd expect Cody to win, of course, but it could be a really good showcase. And, of course, Cody would be a big name to add onto that show. So something like that I'd be down for. Oba Femi, I think you'd want to put Oba over. I think Oba is someone that you would want to give a win to. So you could do like an Oba Gunther in kind of like a dream match. Well, no, actually, because Gunther probably is facing John, isn't he? So you could do, I don't know, Oba Jacob, yeah? In like a bit of a dream match. But I think Oba should look pretty dominant. If you're going to have Oba on that card and you're going to showcase him, I think he should look really good. It's a great opportunity for people to see Oba and for people to go, oh my God, he's going to be such a problem. Again, you have to remember there's so many people that don't watch NXT. There's so many people that are not going to know who Oba Femi is. So, you know, you could bring him out and have him, you know, murk someone. Someone like The Miz. What about if The Miz was on the cards and The Miz did an open challenge? He was like, I'll take anyone. I'm a 2-time WWE champion. I'm a 2-time Grand Slam champion. You think I'm scared of anyone from NXT? Bring them out. And he just calls out, bring out any of them rookies from NXT that want to step in here with one of the most decorated superstars in the history of WWE. Come on down. Come and make your mistake. I'll embarrass you in front of the world. Oba Femi's music hits. Miz's face drops. Oba comes down, dominant. And, you know, hopefully you can have everyone go, oh my God, that guy's going to be a problem. So, I mean, you could do a match like that. You could do like a Cody Ricky match. You could have Javon on there, of course. You could have Ethan on there. Feel like you're going to have to get the women on. It's going to be hard, I think, to get more than 3 matches into that first hour, though. And I don't know that you want to do any matches other than the John match in hour 2. I wouldn't. I would do 4 matches at Saturday night's main event. The first hour would have 3, and that second hour would just be John's match, right? I am going to do a flipping 10-minute build towards that match. I'm going to do a long-ass entrance. That match is going to have about half an hour or however long it needs. 20-odd minutes, 20-odd plus minutes. And then I want time after for John to say a few words. I am not putting anything else in that second hour apart from John Cena's last match. So, yeah, you probably a women's match, couple of guys' matches. Don't think there's any time for tag teams. You have to keep it short and sweet, aren't you? But yeah, Elia being one I think would be great. Yeah, I'd have no issues with that. Real John said it feels like Raquel might be next for Stephanie following Survivor Series. Well, I'm not down on that. I agree. I think Adam Pearce said that she would get an opportunity. I like Raquel. I think she will be a world champion. She's big. She's strong. If she can just really find a way of letting loose, you know, if she can really... She just always comes across as a bit too nice to me. She's a heel. And she just strikes me as just being this nice girl that really struggles to be an a-hole. Like, I want her to be moody. I want her to be a problem. I want her to be a bully. I want her to be, you know, she just seems nice. She seems like a natural baby face that just really struggles with being a heel. So, yeah, I'm totally down for Raquel, Stephanie, and I would really, if I'm Triple H, trying to work with Raquel, I'm trying to bring out that real moody, nasty side of Raquel that just always feels very, very subdued to me. Sarthak said the men's War Games was dull. There was nothing that impactful except Brock and Roman outside of the ring. AB said, time for some days after a long day. I've shipped out over 3,000 packages. I'm shattered. Oh, AB, shout out to you. Well, listen, apparently we're in for an epic Raw, so yeah, it should be a good time to sit down and come and join us. Should be in for something, hopefully, really tasty tonight. Say No to Technology said, who do we think will be the NXT wrestlers? Well, we just touched on that, didn't we? I don't know any names. I've not heard any rumors of any names, but those would be just a few thoughts. I like JCJ. I don't mind Jordan Grace. You probably would want to showcase a Blake Monroe or maybe even a Sol Ruka. It might mean that you need to do like a multi-woman match. Maybe you end up doing a multi-men's match. Perhaps you try and showcase a lot of talent by doing like an 8-man tag, an 8-woman tag, and you just get bodies on the show. I don't think it would lead to the best match. I think the matches that I would be more interested in would be singles matches. But if you want to showcase as much talent as possible, then you're probably going to need to start looking at doing some 8-person tag matches, aren't you? So I wouldn't be shocked if we cobble together a couple of teams. Team main roster. Team WWE versus Team NXT. Something like that. I could see something like that. Alfie said, would you have Ilya? Oh, yeah, he answered that. Yeah, I don't mind Ilya getting involved. Great talent. We're in for an epic Raw, said Pete Ivy. Wasn't that the same kind of thing that Triple H said about WrestlePalooza? Yes, but that was epic as well. We've just forgotten. We've forgotten that it was epic. That's all. It was definitely epic. I remember us saying at the time, "Wow, this is epic." But for some reason, since that show happened, we've all forgotten that it was epic, and actually, we think it wasn't. No, that's on us. That's not on Triple H. That's our bad. So yeah, apparently tonight is going to be epic. Lonnie said an epic show equals 30-minute entrance for Jey Uso. Come on! I've heard he's going to run it back 5 times. Yes! I've heard he's going to come out during other people's matches, stand in the entranceway and go like that. And we're just going to run it back through other people's matches. Yes! Epic! Epic. Connor said, Daze, you know that Liv Morgan is finally back now? Yes. What does that mean for Roxanne? Not much, I don't think. Does she leave Judgment Day? Well, she was sort of around Judgment Day when Liv was around. They were kind of coexisting momentarily. Does Raquel team again with Liv? And will we get a Roxanne-Liv feud? I sort of feel like Roxanne-Liv feud was the direction many of us thought we were going. The only thing I would say is that we have not really put anything in place to get there. I think we're going to do that now that she's back. And I would imagine that Liv will take Raquel. And I would imagine that she's going to kind of slowly try and push Roxanne out of the group. And I could imagine they'll tease tension. But I think it's going to be a long road. I think, maybe we get to it by WrestleMania. But I think there's probably going to be some tension that's now teased between them. But to be honest, I think a lot of us were expecting Roxanne and Dominic to kind of flirt and for there to be some, and then Liv comes back and just all hell breaks loose. That's kind of what I was anticipating. It didn't have to go that way, right? Didn't have to go that way. But that's what I was anticipating. That's not what they did. So as a result, she can come back and be a bit sassy. But there's not really a reason for her to come back and just start murking Roxanne. Although I do think they lost the tag belts while she was away. I'm pretty sure when she left, they were the tag champs. So those tag titles have long ago gone. So they lost those. And maybe there was a couple of moments where Roxanne, was kind of kind to Dominic that Liv could be upset with. But what am I expecting? I'm expecting Liv and Roxanne to not coexist very well and for ultimately it to lead to an issue. But I think we've probably got quite a bit of road that we need to travel to get to that issue. Carl, shout out to you. Said, I'm wishing for the ultimate swerve. Here we go. Sammy could be the masked man getting a title shot against Punk. Ooh. That's interesting. That's interesting. I've heard a lot of theories around the masked man situation. Obviously, Fightful Select have reported as to who it was, but it hasn't stopped people still speculating. I've had people going, I know what has been reported, but what if it's this person? And so there's quite a bit of that that's still happening. So I don't think I've heard the Sammy one, though. That's interesting. Roman said Brock Lesnar botched his left arm raising Bron Breakker's arm after the win. Didn't notice, honestly. Roman Reigns. LA Knight would be awesome as the masked man, says Roman Reigns. Acknowledge me. Brony said Liv Morgan is in the wrong profession. It's quite clear what profession she would thrive in, and it's not WWE. I think a lot of people would say she's doing really, really well since that heel turn. I think her as a heel has been amazing. Honestly, her revenge tour, I think, has been a big success. Hasib said, we literally knew we were going to get Cody Roman 2 years ago. Probably would have got it this year if Cena wasn't retiring. Don't forget the reports a few days ago said we were getting Roman Seth. Well, yeah, reports were that originally Roman Seth, but with Seth's injury, it seems like they've now gone to Roman Cody. If that is where we end up, that's disappointing. It's, again, not where I would go. It's not the match that I am looking for. It's certainly the match that's being teased. But, yeah, Roman Seth would have been great. I'd have took that at WrestleMania. Certainly if they could bill it as, the final showdown, like really make it seem like it's not just another match, but it's like, this one is at WrestleMania. This is the final showdown, or something along those lines, or have some sort of stipulation to it, right? That could have been really good. I mean, I think that Roman is Seth's greatest ever rival. I think it's a little more complicated when it comes to Roman because obviously he had big feuds with Brock. He's had big feuds with Cody. He's had big feud with Seth as well, of course. I think it's a bit harder to pin down Roman's greatest rival, but I think Roman is Seth's. And I'd be down for that. But this injury, I mean, we don't quite know how he's going to recover. Even Seth was saying he doesn't quite know. A lot depends on how the recovery goes. But what he's trying to get back for is February. But I mean, there's no guarantee that he can make it back by that time. But we'll have to wait and see. I think he will make it for WrestleMania, but it's wise for WWE to be looking at, okay, well, what do we do? What do we build towards? And yeah, just a bit of a shame that it seems like they've defaulted back to Roman and Cody. It does kind of look a bit like Sammy, says Mike. Days, I'm worried about SmackDown. The SmackDown roster is thin. You're getting people like Michin and B-Fab in main events. I don't want to take all of NXT stars, but I think they need it. Alfie, I agree. We've said before, I mean, they should sit down and they should go, right, we need, for a 2-hour show, they should know roughly the amount of talent they need, right? And if not, you can easily go back through the history of WWE and you can easily work it out, right? I mean, you can easily have a look at previous 2-hour shows and you can count up the rosters, in years gone by and work that out, right? And it's not going to be an exact number, but as a rough ballpark, do you need 30 people, 40 people, 50 people, 60 people? There must be a number, a rough ballpark number, right? And then within that, how many women do you need? How many guys do you need? How many tag teams do you need? How many faces do you need? How many heels do you need? Get that down in some sort of number form. Again, it's not a strict thing. It's just an outline. And then have a look and see what your rosters look like. Right now, have a look. I mean, it'd be a really interesting piece of work to do, actually. You could do that now. You could go back through the history of WWE. You could look at old rosters, and you could do exactly that work that we just said. And then you could compare the current rosters to it, and you would see straight away where the holes are. You know, you would see straight away, I don't have enough women baby faces for SmackDown. I don't have enough heels in the main event scene for Raw. Blah 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 blah. For the guys, you know, and then I mean, you're going to need to either turn some people, move some people up into higher spots, or you're going to need to dig into NXT and actually start calling some people up. I mean, the truth, NXT is there for that. And, if NXT has a mass clear out of their top ends, I would imagine Triple H would send some people to NXT to kind of boost things. So, you kind of send down, I don't know, you'd send down flipping JD McDonough, you'd send down Otis, you'd send, you know what I mean? Like, you'd send some people down that you maybe don't have any plans for on the main roster, and you'd send them down just to kind of give NXT a bit of a helping hand as you try and bring through that next wave. And NXT is constantly developing people. There's constantly people coming through. You can take that top end away from NXT and they'll be fine. I mean, there's some really good talent that's coming through Evolve. Women's wise, I mean, honestly, Triple H said it, didn't he, in that Unreal documentary? It was like the women seem to be picking this up like at twice the speed of the men. And honestly, that does appear to be true. Like, the women do seem to be making these great strides compared to the men. The men just, I don't know, they don't, there's not as much exciting male talent around as there is female talent. You look at Evolve, and it's like you've got Callie Armstrong, and you've got Kendall Gray. You've got quite a few that are down there that are coming through that you can get excited by. But on the men's side, maybe a Jack Cartwheel, maybe a Shawn Legacy. The truth is, there's people constantly coming through, so you can take from NXT. It's what it's there for. That shouldn't be a concern. And you can always throw some main roster down just to, kind of tide over NXT whilst you're building up that next level. But no, first and foremost, it's all about Raw. It's all about SmackDown. It's all about the PLEs. It's all about making sure that's correct. That is your priority. You get that sorted first. NXT, if it has to be a dumpster fire for a few months, so be it, right? You get your main roster sorted. Priorities. So call them up. Have Javon, have Oba, have Trick, have JC Jane, have Jordan Grace, have Blake Monroe. There's a real crop of talent that are waiting, that are ready, that can go up, that can do a job and breathe some new life into that main roster. I mean, if you think things are a bit stale and a bit flat and you want to rejuvenate it, we have got talent in NXT that can definitely do that. So use it, use it. You don't need to keep the handbrake on Javon. Trick Williams could have come up ages ago. Oba Femi has been ready for ages. Bring them up, The thing is, though, have you got the creative ready for them? You don't want to just drop them on the main roster and then just kind of not know what to do with them. A little bit like Carmelo, where we call them up and it's like, what do we do now? Like, you need to have some creative ready. You need to have some plans. And as long as that's all in place, then, yeah, go fire away. Steve said, what percentage do we think about Punk Brock at Mania? I think there's always a chance of it, but there's no rumors of it. So us getting that match, I would say probably 10%. Really not like a 0%. I'd give it better than that, because you never know how plans are going to twist and turn. But I haven't seen a single rumor for Punk Brock. But it's certainly far, far, far from impossible. I mean, maybe even 20%. I think that if you have to rejig those matches, which we very well might have to due to injury or just, it's not capturing the imagination like they wanted. I mean, if they rejig that lineup, you could quite comfortably get to Punk Brock, couldn't you? I mean, you've basically got all those names, and it's like, what combination do you want to do? So, I mean, Punk Brock's perfectly acceptable. Yeah, face, heel, lots of history. It's just I haven't heard any rumors about it, haven't heard any words on it, so it's hard to give it like a really high percentage because there is absolutely nothing to base it on, as it would only be hope. So I have to go the other way and say, because I haven't heard anything about it, it doesn't appear to be the direction they're looking to go at the moment. But because it is very viable, both are in WWE, both are at the top of the card, both are injury-free at the moment, both are expected to be at WrestleMania, both feature on that advert. Yeah, they absolutely could cross paths. So 10 to 20% ballpark. If Roman is challenging Cody, surely Brock would like one last mega match before he retires at SummerSlam. I don't think Gunther excites. I think they want to do the Gunther one, and I think they will want it to excite. So WWE's job will be to make it excite. And, you know, Gunther is the person that they seem to want to be building. Gunther is the person they want to try and kind of get everyone on board with. I think the reason why Gunther doesn't excite is because he's quite cold at the moment. I think that he's had a pretty bad year. I think that if he was coming down, murking people, his aura had been built a bit more. I like the fact they've gone back to the music, but I'm not a fan of that robe. That robe really bothers me. Definitely need to get rid of that. And I'd like to see some fiery promos out of Gunther as well. You know, I'd like to see Gunther kind of pushing his weight backstage a little bit. I sort of feel like maybe there's something in his look as well that could be improved. Can't quite put my finger on it. We was talking about how when Gunther had a bit more weight, he had a bit more presence. And I still stand by that. I still think there's truth to that. I don't want him to put a load of weight back on, but I don't know. Is there more work that can be done there? Is there a way that he can kind of be presented better, stronger? These are the things WWE need to work on. They need to find a way of making it excite. So, and we know that Gunther Brock was the plan a couple of years ago. So, Brock will be going up against big names. It's just, it depends if you class Jacob Fatu as a big name or Gunther as a big name, or because I think those are the kind of names that they're going to want to put in there with Brock before he retires, because those are the kind of names that they're going to want to build. So yeah, that's the kind of stuff I think I can see them using Brock for in 2026. The old theme gives him some of that aura that he lost, but I would love to see him being involved in some big stories and not feuding with Jey, said Austin. Austin, shout out to you, buds. Yeah, I agree that I'd like to see some stories. I think that there really wasn't much. I mean, I thought the Jey build was quite flat for WrestleMania. The one really good moment was him choking out Jimmy. That was amazing. That was like one of the best moments of the year, but and one of the best part of the build, right, for WrestleMania. But other than that, there really wasn't much. I mean, do you remember he went after Pat after that loss, and that led to a match with Pat that didn't really build back up his aura. I mean, you should be able to beat a non-wrestling commentator. And you know, he kind of went on to win King of the Ring. And then he got his opportunity at SummerSlam and, you know, won there. No, hang on. He went to SummerSlam to face Punk. I'm getting all my years mixed up. Went to SummerSlam to face Punk and lost the belt to Punk. So he lost at Mania. He lost against Punk. And he just had a bit of a bad year, to be honest. The tapping out to Jey sucked. That sucked. You know, people chanting that to Gunther was like, you know, a real... When I was thinking about doing this. I was thinking about doing like top 5 worst moments of the year. And honestly, I think Gunther tapping at Mania would feature, right? I don't mind him losing to Punk at SummerSlam. I thought the match was pretty good. But I just think coming off the loss at Mania, that's also like a really bad look. So that was like, you know, underwhelming. And then he's been away for ages. And now he's come back. And he's got a couple of good wins in this last time. He's now tournament. But this tournament doesn't really mean a great deal, because we know he's meant to win it. And I think really we just need to get to that match with Cena And I think that then should hopefully like build him up, you know? That then should hopefully get the ball rolling. And hopefully early next year, we can really get him into a storyline and get something really juicy going. Because I agree with Austin. I think there hasn't really been much in the way of a storyline for him this year outside of the Jey feuds. And that was not very good. I mean, if you remember, most of that build was really flat. It was only when he was choking out Jimmy that we actually got something half decent, you know? Michael said, Daze Fleet's son is Austin. I want to get a shout out because he and his ex-girlfriend are not getting along. So I want to send him a shout out. Fleet's son is Austin Brown. So shout out to Austin Brown. So Michael, there you go, my friends. Gunther is the longest reigning IC champ. He's been world champ. He's retired Goldberg. And he's going to retire Cena. What more do you want, says Glotness. Yeah, but a lot of that is what you use to build up Gunther, right? So a lot of what you're describing there is what he's done on the main roster since he first arrived. Those achievements are spaced out over a couple of years. I would say that him being the longest reigning IC champion, becoming a world champion, I would say that those are the things we did to get him to the world title. Like, you had to do those things to build him and get him to that world title. When you get him to the world title, you've then got to capitalize and, you know, continue to fuel. I mean, if you think about like wrestlers like cars, they constantly need fuel to move forwards. You've constantly got to keep giving them things to kind of keep, you know, climbing the mountain. And even when they're at the top of the mountain, you've got to keep giving them things. I mean, Cody Rhodes got to the very top of the mountain. People have kind of turned on him because his creative's been rubbish. And there's just not really been anything that interesting that he's been doing. So I don't think you can really say, oh, we gave him this, we gave him that. What more do they want? Like, the truth is they constantly need fuel. They constantly need OMG moments, and they constantly need achievements to continue to either climb the mountain or to engage. And, you know, we've kind of stopped doing that with Cody, and, you know, people have kind of grown tired. And I think with Gunther, a lot of those achievements that we just mentioned are the things that got him to a certain point. But you can't just stop now, because what will happen is, you know, he'll either just stay at that level and bob around, or we'll actually more likely start to see people just get a bit bored of him and he'll start to decline. Like, you've got to keep giving him achievements to, you know, keep going. So him beating, this is why I keep saying him beating Cena, that is not a waste of time. We're not wasting that on someone that's already achieved all this stuff. He is not at the mountaintop. And we've got to give him more achievements to get to that mountaintop. And even when he's at the mountaintop, he's going to need to be given things whilst he's up there, you know, wins against credible names. You know, those title runs need to be good runs. And so in order for them to be good runs, you've got to have good feuds. You've got to have good matches. I mean, you've got to keep feeding, like, you know, these wrestlers. You've got to keep giving them fuel so that they can keep going. So with Gunther, yes, I mean, he's got some great achievements, but that doesn't end. I mean, it never stops. Same with Roman. I mean, Roman can just coast for a bit now. I mean, he's reached as high as you can get. He can coast for a bit, and some would say he has been coasting. But if you want to really excite the product again, then you're going to have to put Roman into a juicy storyline, and he's going to have to get like some wins, and he's going to have to, you know, we're going to need to keep that aura fueled. So I think this is why the win over Cena makes a lot of sense to me. Him getting to a WWE championship makes sense to me. Doesn't have to be at WrestleMania, but at some point next year, ideally, we get him to that WWE championship, and, you know, we just keep investing. Him and Brock makes sense to me. Do him and Brock at WrestleMania. Keep building, keep fueling. I think it was the Seed, wasn't it, who said that, you know, Gunther just doesn't excite. Well, the job of creative is to get you excited. For, you know, you can't just go, oh, he's not exciting, I'm going to abandon it. the job is make him exciting. If that's the guy, Brock's not going to be around forever. Roman's not going to be around forever. Cody's not going to be around forever. You need that next wave coming through. You've got to get that next generation of wrestlers. You've engaged with the audience. That audience has got to be excited by Gunther, by Jacob, by Bron Breakker, right? By Tiffany Stratton, by Jade Cargill. And if you're not excited by those names, then creative are failing, right? And I think we can agree creative are failing at the moment, yeah? But that's the job. That's the job. You've got to make that talent exciting because that's the next generation. This is why people are looking around going, where's that next wave? Where's the next Roman Reigns? Where's the next Cody Rhodes? Well, we've got great potential. It's just that that potential is not being fulfilled at the moment because I think most people would agree that talent isn't really exciting people, Jacob had moments, definitely, and we can get him back to those. Bron Breakker, I think we saw a flicker at Survivor Series of what the future could look like. I think there was a flicker there, right? And so, this is what we're working with, and we're working with Gunther, and we're trying to get him up to being like a big monster in that main event scene. And I don't think we're quite there with him yet, hence why people are saying he's not very exciting. So there's more work to be done. So we got to do that work, man. Got to do that work. Rage Warrior said someone's got to retire Cena or his last match is just going to get wasted. WWE need to have a name that they are behind so that they can have the achievement of retiring Cena. None of these final four need that win, says Rage Warrior. Well, I politely disagree for the reasons that we've already explained, but you're not alone in feeling that way. Mr. Dow Jr. said, Daze, will you do UFC 323 or Deadline? I think we're doing Deadline, to be honest, which is a shame, but I think we're looking at Deadline. My big problem is flipping Jake Paul, Anthony Joshua, I think is on at the same time as SmackDown, which is really frustrating. According to what I've read, it says the end of 2025 is when Chris Jericho's contract is done, says Elizabeth. Yes, that's what I've heard as well. Yes. Brody said, let's say Roman beats Cody for the title. Okay. What were your thoughts on Gunther Roman for the title at SummerSlam? Yeah, I would take it. Fine. Not looking for Roman Cody personally, but if we end up doing it, then okay. If Roman wins, okay. And if it leads to Gunther fighting for the WWE Championship, yep, that makes sense to me. Yeah, I wouldn't really have too many complaints. My only complaint would be not really looking for Roman Cody, that's all. But if we get that match and that's what we're getting, then fine, I'll watch. And if Roman wins, fine. Carries it through the summer. And then drops it to Gunther, who, beats Roman, which would be a big statement win for Gunther, of course. I think Gunther-Roman is definitely a match we need. So, I mean, yeah, okay. If that's the vision. Oh. Do we think Triple H gives an epic show, like he said, with surprises, debuts, returns, said Alexis? Well, of course, we're hoping. Many people are not believing, but we are hoping that is what's going to happen. Do I believe it? I genuinely think you get some tonight. I always think with WWE, the same thing tends to happen, right? And the same thing that tends to happen is that because there's so many people engaged with WWE and a lot of content creators as well, right? Everyone wants to, throw out their thoughts as to what is going to go down. And so what that means, and people are right to do that, by the way, right? But what that means is that you end up with 100, 200, 300, 1,000 different ideas as to what could happen on the show, yeah? Because everyone's trying to find, well, that might happen, this person could come back, that person might turn, this might happen, that might happen. The truth is, the show's probably going to have one or two moments. And I think that what's happening is that we go into things like Survivor Series, like, are we going to get Brie coming back in this match? Are we going to get the Stone Cold coming down? Are we going to have Jericho coming back? Are we going to have Edge? Is LA Knight going to turn? Is Jey going to turn? Like, there's all these thoughts. And so when you end up with a mystery person, yeah, I mean, truthfully, what you ended up with is you got Liv Morgan's return, and you got the start of what feels to be Austin Theory joining up with the Vision, right? Those are the two things that you ended up getting as surprises for Survivor Series. And I think as a fan base, it would really benefit us if we could acknowledge that chances are you're going to get one or two things on a show, right? So we got one or two things at Survivor Series, and the truth is people were underwhelmed and disappointed. And I think actually if we could somehow reframe that and look at it and go, well, they gave us two things. You know, they gave us a Liv Morgan return, and they gave us a mystery person. Now, granted, that's already been ruined, which is really frustrating because it would be a lot more enjoyable if that news hadn't come out, right? If that stayed a mystery, that would be a lot more impactful. Is that WWE's fault that that information has leaked? I mean, maybe it is. Maybe you can say they should do a better job of stopping that information from coming out. But I don't think they would want that to come out, because I think that is definitely something which they are hoping to get a bit of, you know, mileage out of. Ideally, they would like us to sit here and speculate wildly about who this is. Oh, I think it's this. No, did you say the way they walked? And, you know, they want that. Instead, we're not even paying it any attention now because we know who it is. So it's dead. It's done. It might as well have not happened. And part of me looks at that and goes, that's not really WWE's fault. They did give us a couple of things during Survivor Series. I still think the matches were not good enough. I still think the matches themselves were not creative enough. There wasn't enough kind of like, it wasn't a thrill ride. It was largely quite flat, just watching people come down, doing what they do. And I just didn't think any of the matches really delivered. The reason I gave it a 6 was because I don't think the matches were particularly bad. I don't think they were, like, terrible. I mean, for me, I'm going to 2s and 3s and 4s if the show is actively bad. It was an actively bad show. I thought it was just fine. It wasn't a thrill ride. It had a couple of moments. It features John Cena's last PLE match. We got, like, some interesting ring gear, like, certainly with Rhea and her Terrifier-inspired gear. I thought the Braun entrance looked good. I thought that, you know, Nia was wearing something a little bit different. I think Roman coming out and going after Brock was a fun moment. You know, EO with the trash can. I mean, it doesn't really do it for me. I've never been a fan of the trash can moments personally, but I know many of you enjoy them. And she's kind of known for them now, so it's just like a signature moment for her. And so, you know, I can find enough bits in there that stopped it from being a 2 out of 10, a 3 out of 10. I can give reasons as to why. Yeah, you know, we had a mystery person attack. Who's that? We had a flipping Liv Morgan return. And the way they did it as well, where it looked like she had turned on Dominic, and I couldn't get my head around it. And then it was all a ruse. And the Dominic ruse as well. You remember the injury moment? That was good. That was good. The way they did that. That injury moment was like, even Dave Meltzer was full of praise for that. So I can find enough in the show to make me go, yeah, this ain't a 3 or a 4. It's higher than that. I think anyone that was in the 5s, I totally see where you're coming from. I'm 6 at best. But, you know, I think that there was a couple of things in there. That's the point I'm trying to make, right? It wasn't like they didn't give us anything. So I think tonight, when Triple H said it's going to be epic, I don't expect this to be call-ups, surprises, OMG moments. Oh my God, I haven't even got over that yet. Now we're doing this. Oh my God, this is insane. it's probably going to be a largely normal episode of Raw that's going to have a couple of moments in it that's just going to elevate it. And, you know, one of the moments might be quite dramatic. Maybe we get the reveal of the masked person, right? But again, how much does that matter now we know who it is? So I think some of it has to be on us, to be honest, as a fan base, that with social media, there is so much time now for us to speculate and to come up with all these different ideas that when we watch the show and you only get a couple of things, it feels underwhelming because mentally we've come up with stuff that's well beyond that, right? In our minds, you know, there's people out there thinking Jericho was going to come down and Edge was going to come down. And do you know what I mean? Like, Stone Cold was coming back because they had his graphic shown as they were trying. So Stone Cold's definitely on the show. And Edge is going to be on the show. And Jinder Mahal is going to be on the show. I do think that is part of the issue, honestly, genuinely. I do think that we as fans get a bit carried away when the evidence, if you go back and look at shows, certainly this year, where are all the shows with non-stop OMG moments? That's just not the norm. I mean, maybe it happens the Raw after WrestleMania or something like that, but it's not normal to have, oh my God, OMG, OMG. Now they've come up. Now they've come back. Oh, I wasn't expecting them till January. Jey Uso has turned. It's just not, that's just, do you know what I mean? We got to turn that dial down on the old expectations. And it's easier said than done, to be honest. And it really doesn't help if Triple H comes out and goes, tonight is going to be epic! Epic, 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 epic. I feel like you've already got some people out there that are going into these shows expecting quite a bit. So you coming out going, it's going to be epic. They're like, ah! They're getting even more excited now. Yeah. I think, look, for us, forget everyone else, for us, let's turn that dial down a little bit, yeah? Just a little bit. Keep the expectations in check. And if it exceeds expectations, fantastic. Yeah, that's what we want. We want it to exceed expectations. But if it doesn't, and it just, you know, ends up meeting expectations, maybe then we won't be as disappointed. So maybe there is something we can do to just turn it down a few notches. So I'm going to go into this show. I'll tell you what I'm expecting. I'm going into this show expecting some good matches because we're at the semi-final stage of the Last Time Is Now tournament. I think those matches should deliver. Certainly with Gunther in the mix, I expect that to deliver, right? Maybe not so much the Jey Uso match. But yeah, we should get some out of those. Tag Team Championship match, AJ Styles, Dragon Lee against the New Day. Hopefully delivers, yeah? I'm hoping that that's going to be like a good 98, maybe even straying into great, but certainly not a good 90 sort of situation. So I'm looking at the in-ring and I'm like, I think we get some from those. Now, there's a lot of star power that's been around for Survivor Series. I don't know who's still around now, but hopefully the Open is, you know, a pretty big name. Hopefully that connects to the main event. Triple H said tonight's going to be epic. That would say to me we're getting something. We're getting something. Right? You don't just come out and make that comment and not give us anything. So I think it's fair to think we're going to get something tonight. There's going to be a talking point. I am going to have an image for the thumbnail of the breakdown video, right? There's going to be something I can use as an image. There's going to be a talking point. I think if you go beyond that, you might be setting yourself up for a fall. You might be setting yourself up for disappointment. So maybe just try and keep things in check. Metal Mama said my expectations are back where they were about 3 months after the Wyatts. I've got no hope left. That's right. That's the spirit. That's what I'm trying to say. Lose all hope. Yeah. I've got no hope left. I hear what we're going to have. I love you guys, though. Glad to have you all, says Metal Mama. That's the spirit. That's it. What we need to do is we need to be beaten down. We need to be dejected. We need to be sad, glum. We just need to go in with expectations of a 2 out of 10 show. And then anything else above that is going to be party time in it. It's going to be party time. Are both of those Cena tournament matches tonight, said Rage? Yeah, well, I believe so. I wasn't under the impression that they were. I thought one of them was going to be on SmackDown. But this is the official preview. I actually have not seen Adam Pearce's preview this week. Normally he puts out a video. He may have done that today, and I have just not seen it. But yeah, Jey and LA Knight battle in the last time is now semi-final. Gunther solo clash in the last time is now semi-final. So, I mean, that says to me that, yeah, we've got both of them on Raw tonight. And New Day taking on AJ and Dragon Lee. So, those are the 3 matches that are being previewed. And, of course, you know, Fallout of Survivor Series. There's going to be plenty of people around from Survivor Series gloating about their wins or being gloomy and sad about their losses. So we're going to have all of that. What's this? Adam Pearce has responded to Becky. So Silverback, Mayor Pete, thank you. Let's have a look.
Yeah, so I'm going to try to get a hold of her. I just saw her video, and I'm going to record this per advice of legal counsel. But
he watched all 10 minutes of that video. Becky, for those of you that don't know, Becky put a video out saying she was not going to be at Raw, right, until she had her championship belt. Jessica Carr was suspended. She had a full apology and all this kind of stuff. So this is Adam Pearce's response.
Frankly, I don't think she will answer.
Is this going to be the
Let's find out.
Rickroll thing?
Somebody sneezing. Oh, hello, Rebecca.
Rebecca.
Yeah, that's why I'm calling. I saw your video. Yes, I saw the video. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah, the bit with the potatoes especially, very cute. Listen. Yeah, I saw it. I read the list of demands. Yes, I understand what it is you're asking for, I think. Yes, and I want, Becky, yes, I am recording this under the advice of my legal counsel, so you're aware, okay? Just, no, I don't have a film crew. Yes, I saw you at makeup. Listen, I have a question. Just a simple one. You can answer this however you want. I don't want to lead you, but how do I ask this delicately? In your family, yes, I understand the demands, okay? Listen to me, though. Question, serious. In your family, is there any history at all of, how do you say it, mental illness? Hello? She hung up. Yeah.
Well, that was a long walk, wasn't it? Honestly, when I played it, I thought it said 42 seconds. And I was sat here going, this is long. This is long. And then I looked and I was like, 1:42. Blimey now. Well, there we go. It seems like their relationship is still not fully repaired. Will we see Rebecca tonight? I'm sure we will. Becky wants her championship back. She wants her side plates back. She wants Jessica Carr suspended. And she also wants a full apology. So doesn't feel like those things are on the way. But there we go. Adam Pearce responding to Becky Lynch's video. Right, let's go down. That's a dub for Pearce, says Mayor Pete. He had that coming, said Frank. Next thing you know, they will have a court segment on Raw with a judge, said Drew. Do you know what? I wouldn't hate it. I am actually fine with us doing anything that goes outside of the lines, right? We're colouring outside the lines here. So I feel like with these segments, they're going to be hit and miss. Yeah, I mean, we've seen them throughout the history of WWE. Things like Bayley, This Is Your Life, Sammy with Bobby Lashley's sisters, you know, those kind of segments that are not just a normal promo and are not just, you know, we've seen arm wrestling segments and flipping, you know, contract signings, of course, which are a bit bland now. But you know, we've seen so many different kind of flipping weddings. We just don't really do that stuff. We do promos in the ring or matches and backstage conversations in corridors. And I'm just in such need for anything beyond that. Just anything. So I will quite happily have a Becky Lynch, Adam Pearce segment where, you know, they're kind of getting lawyers involved and stuff. At least it's something different. At least it's something different. At least it might lead to something interesting and different. And even if it's bad, and it's so bad you go, oh my God, what is this? You know, I'll take that. I'm at the point where I'll take that. I'll take that. Just give me some color. Give me some different flavors. So I don't know where this is heading. It does. Some people are thinking it's heading to Jessica Carr having a match with Becky, and maybe that's true. You know, Becky's got issues with Jess. She really feels like she's being screwed over by Jess. And so maybe it is heading that way. I'll take that. I mean, whatever. Let's just, you know, flesh this story out. I think Becky is playing this role and this character fantastic of her crashing out. Brilliant. Really enjoying it. And she's really doing a great job of using social media and, you know, using TV time. And it's a character that she's really fleshing out with her kind of crash outs. So I'm enjoying it personally. But, yeah, let's see. Let's see what they've got. Jay said Becky using Trump as an inspiration for the promos. Mayor Pete said the last court segment I remember was Miz with that Money in the Bank briefcase. Stunner said should have been face Cena versus Gunther at Mania for the World Heavyweight Championship. Gunther Cena would have been a proper feud and not just a match with no interaction. I hear that. I do hear that. Jesse said, I forgot that Maxine was going to call Natalia tonight. I would love to see them together tonight, says Jesse. Metal Mama said Becky is carrying creative. I honestly think that they have cut the team or something. Give me back some Nightbirds. I'll be happy. I just don't have any reason to engage outside of the shows besides friends in here, says Metal Mama. Yeah, well, I hopefully we get some now with it getting closer to Cena's last match, although how much we're going to, you know, build around that, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, like, how big of a deal? How are we going to figure out the matches on Saturday night's main event? I mean, that could form part of the conversation. Might be fun to kind of, you know, showcase some of that NXT talent on Raw and SmackDown. You know, do like a showcase match where Adam Pearce says, you know, I'm going to be keeping an eye out to see who really grabs the attention or whatever. And, you know, that'd be an interesting, different match where you get some NXT talent taking on WWE talent. Then you got the WWE talent. Like, we can't lose this. We can't lose to the guys that are trying to come up to the main roster. Like, we have to win this match. And the NXT people, like, you know, you could do something with that. Yeah, because I feel like you need to do something, some sort of segment that's going to talk about John's last event, you know? I mean, that should be the big focus now, really. It's the next show, isn't it? It's only in a few weeks' time. It's not this weekend, it's the weekend after. So I'm going to be very interested to see how they do that. I mean, is it just going to be a video package and that's it? I mean, obviously, we do have the Last Time Is Now tournament. Those segments going to help. But what about next week? When is the final? I don't know. And if the final is next week's Raw, what are we doing on SmackDown? Because we won't have any matches for SmackDown. So I'll be interested to see how we build to that Saturday night's main event, because we know we haven't got John. John does not appear now until that event. He is not on any Raw or SmackDown. So I'm interested to see how they're going to build to that over the next couple of weeks. That, if we're talking about what the talking points should be. It does feel like that show should be a major focus, of course. So I'll be interested to see how we build that. And then, of course, you got the masked person, Liv being back, Triple H teasing some Epic tonight. So there's a couple of things that are around at the moment, but yeah. Days back in the day, they would have had Becky, Pierce, Dupree on a Jerry Springer style show. Let's go. I'm here for that. Metal Mama said, I'm not trying to be negative. I love WWE and I want it to be great, but it stinks that they say, here, this could be, and then, nope, sorry. Do you mean like the Wyatts? They were like, oh, we're going to, they tease something big and then it doesn't quite deliver. I can understand that. Aubrey said, I love WWE. I want us to be good. I just cannot shake the new TKO feel, no matter what I do. 4 matches on a PLE is a booming choice. I just don't know anymore. Maddie said, I love how John helped out the JD faction a little bit on his last PLE. In my opinion, it shows that he cares about bringing up the younger generation, says Maddie. Abyss and Bobby Roode seem to be 2 of the better creative team members, says Jesse. I just feel like they're relying on Cena, and what are we going to do after, says Metal Mama. Well, I mean, I think the roster's pretty good. I'm not too worried about the roster. I think there's definitely things we can do. It's just, are we going to do it? Ooh. Ariel Hawani said, it just feels so uninspired. The matchmaking feels uninspired. The promotion feels uninspired. The announcements feel uninspired. Everything feels uninspired. I'm sorry if I care so much. I'm sorry if I care so much about the product that I get accused of being a hater. It's because I care. I love it so much. That's Ariel Hawani, is it? Is that him talking about WWE or UFC? Let's have a listen.
It's just these little things. It's like, and I know that some people are like, I don't know, take a chill pill, man. Just enjoy the fight. I get it, but these things matter. Like, there's been a video being posted everywhere of like, we used to get announcements like this, and it's Connor and Jose Aldo.
Oh, he's talking about UFC. I thought he was talking about WWE. That's interesting, though, because TKO also own UFC. And how interesting that criticism, I didn't know which one he was talking about. How interesting is that? So UFC fans saying the exact same thing about UFC as what we are saying about WWE. I wonder if it is. I don't see how it can be, but I wonder if it is something to do with TKO. What's that's interesting. John Cena telling Becky the stuff she's doing is the best ever. Look how happy she is. All right, we've got lots of little clips and things being sent over. How long have we got? We got 11 minutes to go. Hello, Wrestle with Andy. Hope you're doing well. Days, if Gunther retires Goldberg and Cena then takes the belt off Roman, he could have a heel... Hang on. If Gunther retires Goldberg and Cena, yeah, then takes the belt off Roman, yeah, he could have a heel title run for years like Roman, then lose it to set up the next top babyface and create the next top star. Okay. The only thing I would say is it's, I think, going to be a little bit difficult to do that because the problem with Roman's run was that you weren't able to really build, like, baby faces because there's not the belt changing hands is the, people aren't, they're getting like matches with Roman and then getting screwed. So they're kind of getting a few weeks builds as we build to a PLE, losing to Roman, and then just going back, getting lost in the shuffle. I mean, really, the people that benefited most was Sammy, Jimmy, Jey, the people that were riding with Roman, they benefited the most. You might say Kevin got something out of it because he actually feuded with Roman a few times throughout that run. And you might say Drew got something out of it because he got screwed at Clash at the Castle and he used that to kind of freak out and whatever. So you could maybe make a bit of an argument, but I don't think you can make a great argument that we built up loads of baby faces and made loads of new stars whilst Roman was having his run. It's just the trade-off, to be honest. It's the trades. I mean, you are going to get amazing ratings. You are building Roman to a level that he'd not been at before. I mean, you are making him one of the all-time greats. You're helping out the bloodline. You're helping out Sammy by Sammy being part of it by association. You're showcasing baby faces, but you're just not really managing to pull that trigger to put them over because none of them are actually getting the belt. And so there feels to me like a bit of a trade-off there where it's got its pros, massive pros, but it does have some cons, right? There are some downsides. And I think if you was to speak to the roster, I bet there was probably a bit of frustration that they weren't getting their hands on the championship and the championship was locked down and, you know, there was no way of getting to it. And I mean, this isn't just like 12 months. He was champion for like, what, 4 years? I mean, the run is staggering. It is historic, right? He has that Universal Championship and even the WWE Championship for like 3 to 4 years. It is amazing. But obviously, it takes opportunity away for other people to have championship runs. So there are definite pros and cons. WWE massively benefit. Business was booming. I think most of us would say it was more than worth it. Yeah. The problem you've got, though, is can you go back to something like that so quickly? Because it feels to me like now should really be a time where we're kind of switching it up on a more regular basis. And, you know, we're giving some of those people opportunities. And, you know, we've had a little look at Damian. We've had a little look at Jey. Cody's had the belt. Cena's had a little run with it. We've gone back to Cody. You know, we're kind of switching things up a little bit. I don't know how long Cody has this belt for. I don't know what the future plans are for Cody. I don't think this is going to be like a crazy long run. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked if Cody dropped it at Mania, right? But I don't know. Do you put the belt on Gunther and just go, here you go, 2-3 year run? I mean, there's definitely an argument for it. And I love Gunther. I'd definitely be down for it and have him kind of be that monster that keeps that title for a long time. I mean, that's definitely a way forwards. We do have the World Heavyweight Championship that can sort of go on other people, I suppose. But I don't know, man. If you think about the Attitude Era, that belt was changing hands all the time. Like, there's not, like, really long, lengthy runs during the Attitude Era. So, I don't know. I think it's a really interesting one, that, as to what the right way forward is. I think the way that I would probably do it is, I don't mind, obviously, getting that belt onto Gunther. And then I think I'd just want to see how it goes. I don't know that I would sit down and have the plan in mind to go for 2 years or whatever. I think what I would probably do, being honest, is I would sit down, I would get the belt onto Gunther, and then I would make sure we've got some good feuds lined up for him, and then I would see how it's working and how it's going. And if it works and it's good, then yeah, if I don't have a reason to stop it, I won't stop it. I'll just keep it going. But until we're actually in that run, I don't know that I would want to commit to like, yo, this is going to go 2 years, this is going to go 3 years. I think it'd be a bit of like, let's see how it goes. So it's an interesting one, that. I totally get where you're coming from, and everything you've said makes perfect sense. So I get your point. Do we go back to it so soon after doing it with Roman? But then is it a problem? Because as we've said, you do have the World Heavyweight Championship around. I mean, the problem with Roman was that he had both belts for quite a long time. There was no other belt. We do have another belt now. So maybe it's just not a problem. Interesting. Wrestle with Andy. I hope you're well, my friends. It's interesting that you say you're down for anything beside genetic promos, matches, backstage GM segments. The John Wiener segment was refreshing, but people were getting Vince PTSD. I liked it. I was a fan of it. I'm not really bothered. The truth is, you are going to have people complain regardless of what you do. There is nothing that WWE is going to do that's going to get universal love, right? We all have our own thoughts and opinions on things. And yeah, that John Cena segment I really enjoyed. I mean, there was a moment after that I questioned it, but actually I feel much better after hearing what the Micro Psycho had to say. I mean, he was just like, I can't believe it. Dream come true. This meant so much to me. And you kind of go, he flipping loved it. He absolutely loved it. So why do I need to be worried about it? Like, he ain't worried about it. I don't need to be worried about it. So I do get the argument if there was people out there going, I think it's really disrespectful how they've presented a micro wrestler and all this kind of stuff. I mean, there's maybe room for that conversation. But honestly, after his reaction, it's not a conversation I feel like we need to have. It's not a segment I would do on a regular basis. But yeah, it was different. And it was a bit of a breath of fresh air, to be honest, because it was something different. And I do kind of wish that it was like a weedy person like me. Yeah, someone that clearly had never walked into a gym. And the joke was that John's just not that big of a deal. John's pathetic. Yeah, this is John Cena. This is how I see him. Yeah. I think I'd rather have done that, but after hearing what Micro Psycho had to say, he was just flipping beside himself with joy. So I'm really pleased for him. I'm really pleased that he got that opportunity and that he achieved a dream of appearing on Raw, you know? And he was just, yeah, he was flipping loving it. So very good. Cool. But yeah, honestly, I'm not, it doesn't worry me. I'm not bothered. I'm really not bothered if people were moaning about it. I think what it comes down to is percentages. And I have no idea the percentage on that segment. Was it 70-30 that enjoyed it? Was it 60-40? Was it 50-50? I have absolutely no idea. One thing I do know, you ain't going to have to look very hard to see people moaning about absolutely anything. Yeah? You can't let that put you off from doing stuff, because if you do let that put you off from doing stuff, you're going to end up being Triple H. You become the problem. Those people that are going to moan and complain when we do try things outside of the box, they're the problem. They're the people that are keeping us in the box. Because, you know, Triple H won't take those risks. He won't take those gambles. We're just going to play it safe. Because if he ventures out of the box, people cry and complain. So, do you know what I mean? Like, it's fine to say, oh, mate, that was bad or whatever, and have an opinion on it. I mean, that's fine. Like, I'm not going to stop people having an opinion. I firmly believe that people are allowed to their opinions, but this idea that, like, we shouldn't venture outside of the norm because it might suck or something like this, like, yeah, it's going to suck. There's going to be times we do stuff where it sucks, but that has to be okay. That has to be okay. Otherwise, we will never get anything interesting, and it will just be an eternity of promos and matches and nothing else. So I passionately push back against those people that are so desperately trying to keep us stuck in this never-ending spiral of mediocrity. Right, where are we? The event is about to start. Let's go. But this show is going to make me depressed. I just don't care about AT. Theory. He was a loser before he got hurt. Are we supposed to forget A-Town Down? No, but let's see how they present him, because I think that you can easily come out with, like, if Paul Heyman was to say, you lot don't see what I see. You know, I was with Brock Lesnar. I was with Roman Reigns. You know, I see the future I have that ability. Why do you think I'm with Bron Breakker right now? If he turns around and says that Austin Theory is just lost, he's got all the potential in the world, he just doesn't know how to unlock it, but I do. I mean, all of a sudden, that just completely explains why he's been lost and a bit rubbish. This is weird, isn't it? That we've got the commentators like in the crowds. It's a bit different. It's a bit more energy, a bit more of an energetic start because they're actually in the crowds. Show me your tribal cheeks is the... Show me your tribal cheeks. There was a young lady in the front there that I think was a bit shy, maybe. She was just sort of like, you know, politely standing there. I think they would have liked her to have been like, yeah. But she was just being very polite. What a very polite young lady she was. But yeah, show me your tribal cheeks sign in the background. Okay, we're just having a look at Survivor Series, of course. I don't know what's opening this show, by the way. Oh. Daze, I've got no expectation for this Raw. I think this is going to be the same show like always. Triple H loves to say that Raw will be epic. Like, how many times do we have to tell you, old man, says Mr. Dell Jr. Sean said, Daze, everyone in the chat, happy Monday. Can't wait for Becky's crash out at Survivor Series War Games and hopefully the reveal of the person who was under the hood, says Sean. Metal Mama said, maybe it will be amazing. Drew said, how do we know what PLEs to watch? They always say they're must-see, but some are not. Well, I mean, you never want to miss out on WrestleMania. You never want to miss the Rumble. You never want to miss SummerSlam. I think it all depends what's happening at the time in wrestling as well. You know, as you are building towards... As you are building towards a PLE, like, you never quite know what's going to go down, yeah? So some cards and builds are more interesting. There's obviously rumors that, well, such and such could be at this show, and that might happen. I mean, you know, we wasn't expecting Jericho at this show because Jericho's contract apparently is up at the end of the year. So Jericho in the Rumble feels like a very real possibility. So, you know, going into the Rumble, there might be some Jericho hype. So, you know, there's no set rule. There's no set situation where you're like, yes, it's definitely always Rumble, although that pretty much does stand. It's always WrestleMania. But I don't know, some years you might need to tune into Backlash. You might need to tune into WrestlePalooza. You might need to tune into Crown Jewel. Just depends on the stories at the time. Look at the matches. Make your own decisions, says Punch Me. Right, here's Heyman. Let's go. There's Bron Breakker. Crowd booing away. There's Bronson. Okay, there's Tala and Solo. Solo having a look at Jacob. Forget that guy. There's AJ. There's Dragon Lee. That renders better. The one they've got there is much better. So the render they've got there is like... That looks a bit like Lance Storm in the background that they just walked past. Oh, Dirty Dom arriving in a lowrider. Arriving with Liv. Look at that. Let's have a look at Roxanne. Raquel's got a little smile on her face. Raquel gives a hug to Liv. Oh, just a little nod to Roxanne. Okay. And a little bit of heat between Liv and Finn. So lots of love there for Raquel. Lots of love for JD. Little nod towards Roxanne and not much love for Finn. Interesting. That's one of the more interesting arrivals. Normally, people arrive and they're just walking and it's dull. That was pretty interesting. Definitely took some things from that. 6 minutes in and we still haven't technically got going. Oh, we're getting going now, though. Io is making her way down. Let's go. She's in wrestling attire. Oh, slight injury. One of them. And she's all bandaged. Oh, she's got that tape, whatever it's called. Mommy's here. Mommy's in wrestling. What are we doing? Have I missed something? What the flip's going on? Io and Rhea are here, and they're in wrestling attire. Are we not doing no promo? We're just going straight to a match, are we? What's this? Rhea and Io making their way down. Sign in the crowd says, I love Rhea. Oh, what a sign! Someone's got Io's head, and then there's two hands either side doing that. Oh, my God. Is that the best sign of the year? Is that the best fan sign of the year? Oh, that is goated. That is goated. That's such a simple idea as well. That is really good. That is really good. Dudes. 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 Without a shadow of a doubt, the fan signs are now more creative than WWE. Without a shadow of a doubt. That's better than anything creative have come up with this year. That is incredible. Where are we? I don't know where we are tonight, but where are we? These are very creative people. Respect. My face is a little sore. My buddies are a bit banged up. Does she mean her boobs? But we won the war. Guys, that's horrible. Her buddies are a bit banged up. I'm sorry to hear that, Rhea. We managed to come out victorious at War Games. The fight isn't over, guys. That sign is so good. It's living rent-free in my head. We want revenge on the Kabuki Warriors. Okay, so they want the Kabuki Warriors. No one is ready for Rio. Okay, so they're calling out Asuka and Kyrie, but Charlotte Flair is coming out. Charlotte Flair is coming out. Bow down to the queen. Is that double denim? Are we all denim? Is Alexa coming out? I'd imagine so. But now the women's tag division has become one of the most important belts, isn't it? Rhea, Io, Charlotte, Alexa, Asuka, Kyrie. We're living in an upside down world here. We got Jade Cargill winning the women's title off Tiffany Stratton, but yet somehow the women's tag division has become stacked. We got Lyra and Bailey and flipping Charlotte, Alexa, Io, Rhea. We've got Michin and B-Fab circling around the women's world title, yet the women's tag title is just flipping losing its mind. This is the world that Sasha and Naomi dreamed of. Do you remember they walked out because they felt like the tag belts were being disrespected? You can't say that now. When I saw them in ring gear, I was like, WWE finally doing a match to kick off the show, but it was another promo. Why does every show got to be like this, said Notorious Nightmare. Okay, so Alexa and Charlotte in the ring. Few woos. Woo! Hey, guys. It is crazy, isn't it, that the women's tag titles is kicking off this epic Raw. You don't get rematches anymore, Flower. We never got a rematch for when we lost the titles. We don't do them anymore, mate. I knew we'd be butting heads at some point, but I didn't realise it'd be less than 48 hours later. You couldn't beat the Kabuki Warriors, so time to get to the back of the line. Charlotte and Alexa are not ready to wrestle, by the way. Charlotte ain't wrestling in that. If you want to act like you're better than us, then prove it. Alexa's like, I was thinking the exact same thing. And Charlotte's like, I know you were. I know you was. We are so on the same page. Tag titles defending. What's that, says Tony. Gamer said, I like wrestling. Nothing wrong with it. What is I learned to accept WWE is just going downhill. So it's wrestling. AEW is the same way. It's a downward spiral. Okay, so it looks like we're getting a match between these two teams, but it doesn't look like it's now. So why is Io and Rhea in their wrestling? Well, that was all a bit of a nothing. That didn't feel like an open to Raw, did it? But it was. It was. Well, I mean, look, Rhea's a big name, and okay. Oh, Ivy Nile. Okay, so Ivy wants to face Maxine. You can have the first crack. Good. Ivy said you can tell her to train with whoever, wherever, because it ain't going to matter. Oh, Heyman. Hi. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. It's Heyman and Adam Pearce right now. Oh, Heyman's guilty of everything, but he wasn't guilty of what happened at Survivor Series, War Games. Bron Breakker pinned your world champion. Okay, good. I don't mind this little corridor moment. Ah, here we go. Here we go. This is what everyone's been waiting for. Hit my music. Let's go. Yes. We should run it back now. He should be like, cut the music, cut the music. Cut the music. Run it back. I want to see how many times we can run it back on one show. Imagine if he did just throughout the show keep coming out and running it back, right? Because IWC would melt down if that happened just once. Imagine he did it like 8 times throughout the show. People would be like, not again! Oh my God, not again! If I worked in creative, I would definitely do that just one week. Just once. For my own amusement. Just once. I'd have him just come out. Whilst it's quiet and you don't know, he'd just appear and he'd be like... And we'd end up with like 20 run-ins back. Jey making his way down to the ring. This is the Last Time Is Now tournaments. It's going to be Jey in action against L.A. Knights. Yeah. They're all off beat. Jey Uso versus L.A. Knights. David said Jey with his entrance getting blown up like the Warrior. Yeah. He doesn't have a Warrior build, though, does he, unfortunately? Mackenzie said, what if Tony D'Angelo is the masked man? Well, unfortunately, I think we know who the masked man is. So, unfortunately, don't think it is Tony D'Angelo. But that would be a fun shout. Funky Fluffy said, do we think Oba should take the US title? I think he can. He absolutely can. I don't know that he necessarily should. I think that Oba needs to get wins, build up his aura. I mean, you could do that whilst he's got the belts and give him a long run. But if you put that belt on Oba, I think he needs a long run because I don't want Oba getting beaten anytime soon. So if you're going to put the belt onto Oba quickly, I think you are committing to a long championship run. So depends if you want to do that or not. Funky Fluffy said, Bianca, Jade for the title. What do we think? Yes, I would not be shocked if that was the plan for WrestleMania. In fact, it might even be one of the reasons why we went with Jade. Because Bianca should be back early 2026. Although the complications that she's had have been a nightmare. I mean, she suffered that injury at WrestleMania. Here we are in December, and she's still not back. I mean, she just broke her finger and thought she was out for a couple of months. 8 weeks, something like that, you know? But apparently, like, all in the joint and everything, like, she just couldn't, even when it recovered, she couldn't bend it. She could not bend her finger. She's like completely messed up all in her finger. It's not just broken, it's like the tendons and all of that stuff, right? Completely messed it up. So, look at this crowd, man. Look at this crowd. Look at this crowd. They're desperate to run it back. Jey, please! Please, Jey! Jey, please! Jey! I've paid so much money, please! Please, Jey! Desperate. There is a real disconnect between what the live crowds want and what the IWC want. The IWC want no Jey entrance whatsoever. The live crowd are like, honestly, if you used to do 8 runbacks, they'd flipping love it. They would love it. Right, and David said Paul pulls off the mask thinking it's Seth, but it's not. Do you think he genuinely doesn't know who's behind the mask then? You're believing him. I'm not sure I'm believing him. I think it makes a lot of sense, honestly, for Heyman to be behind this. And actually, Austin Theory being misunderstood, not fulfilling his potential, and Heyman thinking he is the one that can help him do that. I think there's a story there to that. I think you can do something with that. I suppose there is a story to Theory helping the Vision, and then Theory going up to Heyman saying the exact same thing, but just saying, I've not been able to work it out, but I know you can. And then have Heyman say, I have always seen something in you, Mr. Theory, or something like that. Maybe you could get to it that way as well. So maybe Heyman doesn't have to be behind Theory being the mass person. Perhaps we can still get to him joining the Vision that way. Interesting. Interesting. So David said, Paul pulls the mask off thinking it's just Seth, but it's not. Metal Mama said 17 months. Thank you for all you do and being level-headed. Metal Mama, shout out to you, my friends. 17 months of non-stop joy and love. So, Metal Mama, shout out to you. And David said Jey, with no cardio, is going to lose by finger poke. LA Knight comes down now, just go like that. Jey goes down. Absolutely shattered. Okay, here is LA Knight then. LA Knight making his way down. This is match number 1. It is the semi-final of the Last Time Is Now tournaments. And this is one of the matches we knew that we were going to be getting tonight. Dun, 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 dun. Jey Uso out of breath before LA's music even hits, said hello, Ross. Does anyone know where people in the UK can watch Saturday night's main events? I think it's going to be on YouTube, I think. That's where we've gone previous. Mate, I might even start that stream flipping tomorrow. That is going to be... we are going to be live hours and hours before that show starts. That is undeniably... It might be the biggest show of the year, WWE-wise. I don't know. Will more people tune in to Cena's last match than WrestleMania Night 2? I've got to think WrestleMania Night 2 is the biggest. It could be the Rumble, though. People love the Rumble, you know. I would say WrestleMania Night 2 or the Rumble are the two biggest days that WWE have, but John Cena's last match is only happening once, so it honestly could take the record. I don't know if we'll actually ever find out numbers on it, though, to be honest. I don't know if we'll ever actually find out how big of a deal it was. I hope we do. Okay, these two locking up. We are underway. It is Cena's last ever match, says Porky Pig. Yes. Gamer said, WWE is stupid. The same old matches and the same old segments. Where is WWE really going? I think it's corny, but I guess that's wrestling. You got to watch and accept it for what it is, says Gamer Ryan. Yeah, I mean, I think that wrestling is cyclical. I think that there is constantly highs and lows in wrestling. There's boom periods, and then there's periods where we struggle. You know, for every attitude era, there is a PG era. For every new generation, there is also ruthless aggression. So, you know, it's one of those where I think this year has not been a great year. It's been a downgrade on recent years, and I think pretty much everyone would agree on that. But, you know, the sunshine follows the rain, doesn't it? I have absolutely zero doubt that we will get back to a really good place in the future. The only thing I can't tell you is when that's going to be. Is it next year? Is it 2027? Is it 2028? I don't know, but I have no doubt in my mind that this will get amazing again in the future. And I also think there will be things along the way as well. I mean, there's been good stuff in 2025. We can't just say everything's been a dumpster fire. Evolution, the women's all-women show, I thought was fantastic. People really enjoyed Elimination Chamber and got quite a bit out of that this year. You know, there was great matches at SummerSlam with Cena and Cody, Gunther and CM Punk. The women's triple threat was very well received. Women's triple threat at WrestleMania was very well received. Night one, main event at WrestleMania was very well received. Cody and Kevin and Sammy, both of those matches earlier this year were really, really good. The John Cena heel turn, people were saying, was the greatest heel turn in the history of wrestling earlier this year. Whether people have changed their minds on that now, I don't know. But that's what people were saying at the time. So AJ Lee coming back as well. Massive moment. Brilliant moment. Really enjoyed that. And obviously it led to her first match back at WrestlePalooza. So, you know, this year has definitely given us stuff. We can't just look at this year and go, it's all been a dumpster fire. That's just not true. We can say it's been not as good as previous years, but it still had good moments. So the thing next year is, can we get that and, you know, really get some good stories to invest in as well around the titles, around the top end, around that main event scene? Can we get some stuff that's really going to grab our attention? I'm hoping so. I'm keeping optimistic as Jay is being smashed into the commentary table. I don't know if we're at commercial break at the moment. We are. Daze, I don't get it. Why are we doing babyface, and heel versus heel in the Last Time Is Now tournament? And why aren't we doing like babyface versus heel for no reason? Well, babyface, I don't mind. You know, that's something that we do from time to time, right? I mean, going into WrestleMania, you could say that Seth, well, I think Seth was a heel, wasn't he? But CM Punk and Roman were both faces going into WrestleMania. So, you know, they were both kind of engaged in a like, you know, a bit of a babyface situation. Obviously, famously, people would look at Warrior and Hogan. People would look at John and Cody from SummerSlam main event this year. Both of them were baby faces. And so, you know, we do babyface from time to time. This is one that splits the crowds. I mean, you just have to pick a side, really, on this one. Heel against heel makes no sense to me. That one, that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if they are both proper heels, then there should be no one to root for. You want them both to get eliminated if they are both, like, heels. So that one doesn't really make it. That's why we all thought that Penta was meant to win. Because you might remember Penta Solo ended with Penta genuinely getting injured. And I thought, well, Penta was going to win that. Because then you would have had babyface heel. But it turns out apparently not. Apparently, no, that was not the situation. Apparently, we was going to get Solo winning all along. I suppose one thing this does is because you know the final is going to be babyface heel, it just makes you doubt which babyface and which heel it's going to be, you know? So it just maybe brings in a little bit of doubt. Maybe that's part of the thinking. So you've got two heels on that side, two babyfaces on that side. It's going to be babyface heel. We know that. But what match? Is it Jey solo? Brother against brother? Is it Jey Gunther? Rematch from WrestleMania? Is it LA Knight solo? They've certainly had their issues. Or is it going to be LA Knight against Gunther? So, you know, it could be any of those because all of those are babyface heel matches. Right now we got Jey climbing up. We've just been at commercial break. And he comes down. Right now, LA Knight has got Jey on his shoulder. 1, 2, kick out by Jey. So a burning hammer. Don't see that in WWE. Look at that. You really don't see... Look at that. So it's Jey Uso that kicks out. They've managed to get a hold of the crowd here, you know. We've got a "This is awesome" chant that's breaking out following that burning hammer. LA Knight coming over, throwing in a kick there to Jey. Jey going over against the ropes. Lands on his feet. Duck underneath, over the other side. Spear there by Jey. 1, 2. Kick out by LA Knight. Kick out by LA Knight. So a spear by Jey, and he got it good as well. I really like how Jey grabbed a hold of the knee pads. That actually looked really, really good. That looked really good. He grabbed the knee pad to, like, you know, grab the leg. I think we've got some Uso chants breaking out right now. Yeah, lots of energy going on. Daze, the tag match is going to be the main event. So either the Kabukis cause a DQ, that might end up being a triple threat for the tag titles, or someone's going to turn. Oh, big superplex by LA Knight. Well, I might be looking at the turn then if we're doing that. I don't think Kabuki's coming out at the end of this epic Raw is that exciting, is it? Unless you turn it into a title match tonight. But to be honest, if you get new women's tag champs, is that big of a deal? Is that going to be like, oh my God, that's crazy? I don't feel like the women's tag titles really mean a great deal. Okay, these two are putting on a little low-key banger here at the moment. Lots. I tell you, the crowd are definitely playing their part in this. The crowd are really enjoying the action. LA Knight going over. Roll up there by Jey. 1, 2. Kick out by LA Knight. I tell you what's good about this match is either guy legitimately could win it. Not a brilliant spear there by Jey, but whatever. Jey going to the outside. He's climbing up. He's going for a big splash. Connects. Connects. 1, 2. LA Knight kicks out. This has got a really good... Oh, a counter by LA Knight, and LA Knight gets it. LA Knight is the one that gets it. I was going to say, this has got a really good pace to it. They're working at a really good pace. Do you know what? Short, sweet, fast-paced. It doesn't feel like the longest of matches, but it didn't need to be. And actually, I think that's quite enjoyable. I think that's enjoyable. Well, there we go. It's a win for LA Knight. Hell yeah, said Horatio Mind. No yeet, said Hula Boy. I like this outcome, said Corey. Okay, people are feeling it. Get your thoughts in on the match. LA Knight goes through. We're down to 3. It's either going to be LA Knight, Solo Sikoa, or Gunther that is going to face John Cena in his last match. It is not going to be Jey, and Jey is sat in the corner. Jey has stayed in the ring. This is interesting. Wonder what's going through his head right now. Uso chants by the crowds. I don't know, man. This is interesting, isn't it? Because we're keeping the camera on Jey. I mean, he's got to be hurting. I was trying to hear what he was saying. He's over by the commentary table. They're doing him dirty, man, by keeping the camera on him this long. Cut to the back or something. It's like you want him to crash out. Yeah, I mean, he's frustrated. So, there goes the hydration station. Oh, he's lost it. He's lost it. He wrecks the prime hydration station. Yeah, fair play. That's a babyface move. He wrecks the ring steps, moves them around. Oh, you might want to back away if you're in that front row. I don't think Jey Uso is in a friendly mood right now. Nah, man. Oh, now we cut away. There we go. He might be crashing out just like Becky Lynch. Okay, we got Bayley and we got Lyra there backstage. Adam Pearce asks if Lyra and Bayley are goods. Lyra's like, of course we're goods. We've always been good. We want a tag team match. Mate, this tag division is crazy. LS Dub said that was hilarious. Oh, what? Seeing someone struggle. That's hilarious to you. Seeing someone at their lowest ebb. Here's Kabuki Warriors. If you'd have joined us, we would have won. You're an idiot, Bayley, for not joining the team. Oh. Can't go calling them idiots. I'm a champion. What are you? Nothing. You're nothing. Who's the main event? Charlotte Flair, not you. This could be a great TLC tag match with 5 teams involved, said Fit. That is a great point. That is a really good point. I hope wherever you are taking a bow. Because, yes, I would definitely watch that. That would be great. That would be great. Kyrie. Right, here is Dominic Mysterio. I'm guessing he'll be coming out with his boo. He's coming out with the whole gang, actually. Ironically, everyone except Liv. Oh, he's still got the John Cena side plates on that Intercontinental Championship. What's he done with Liv? What's happened there? Okay, so Dominic's coming down to the ring. Dom and Finn are all smiles. Are we going to get something quite big in this match, are we? Or this segment? I wonder, you know, could we get a breakdown in the Judgment Day? Could we do something big? Now, this is only a theory, said Elizabeth, but what if the masked man who attacked CM Punk at Survivor Series match was one of the Tony Khan wrestlers? Let's go. Let's go. Probably unlikely, to be honest. But that would certainly be epic. That would certainly fit the epic comment that Triple H made. Okay, Dom is in the ring with Roxanne, Finn, JD, and Raquel. How long? 42 minutes into this show already. It's time to break up Judgment Day, says Jeremy. Well, something about this feels like we are going to do something of note. It does feel like something really significant is going to go down in this segment. Now that Liv's back, do you know what I mean? We might need to sort out the Judgment Day. And, you know, Sign of the Night. There's no needs. We've already seen Sign of the Night. That EO sign is Sign of the Night. That's it. It's my birthday sign. It's my birthday. That's a pretty good Dom picture, actually. King of Lucha. That's the one. That's the one. That EO one is the one. I don't know that you guys get this, to be honest, on the show. We yeet in the heat. They've got Alicia Taylor just reading out some of the signs of the night. It's my first WWE event. Rhea, I love you. We all love Rhea Ripley, says Alicia. Monday Night Mommy. Bark, bark, bark. Merry Yeetmas. Merry Yeetmas. Okay, very close in our poll, but it did come out as Great 54. So, very close. Right, Steve said it's pretty certain that the masked person was Theory, but it could not be who ends up being revealed. Probably not, but a possibility. Maybe we don't get a reveal tonight. Liam said WWE, WCW, and ECW library content is going to leave Peacock at the end of the month. Just an FYI, if you are interested in the classic stuff. I'd love to know where it's going. I would love, I mean, is it just going on the Vault? If it's going on the Vault, how quickly are they going to upload to the Vault? I mean, it'll take them years and years and years and years to get anywhere even remotely close to what we had on the network if it's all going on the Vault. That's the concern. There's next to nothing on the Vault, all things considered. We haven't even scratched the surface. John Cena is the best. John Cena's the greatest of all time. So, me beating John means that I'm the greatest Mysterio. And it makes me the greatest luchador of all time. The king of the luchadores. The greatest intercontinental champion of all time. Okay, Dominic said I couldn't have done it without my boys. Raquel, Roxanne. But there's one person. Here we go. We're going to be thanking Liv. My Juanita, Liv Morgan. Okay, Liv coming down. She's got some big soles on them shoes. No, I don't know why she said no to a couple of people there. Monday Night Morgan is back. Days, Mattel Creations Black Friday sale. I managed to get $100 to 5-packs for $4. Really, Randy? Damn. To be honest, I didn't really have a look around. I certainly didn't go to Mattel Creations, so it sounds like you got a hell of a deal there. Okay, so it's kind of interesting to have all of Judgment Day in the ring right now. I'm back, says Liv. Guess what? Guess who else didn't see me come in? John Cena didn't see me come in. We're not doing that anymore, says Dominic. Dominic trying to talk and the crowd started booing. So Dominic said he's got back his 2 favorite things in the world. Where is this going? This could be interesting. She's talking to Raquel. But since I've been gone, just been hearing some things. Okay. I've been hearing the Judgment Day is weak. I've heard the Judgment Day has lost some of its golds. I've heard the Judgment Day is falling apart. Roxanne's like, no. But that changes now because Liv Morgan is back. Okay. Liv says the Judgment Day is coming for everything that's theirs. It just feels like there's going to be some twist. One more thing. Oh, slap to Dominic. Oh, okay. It's that sort of kinky kind of slap. Epic! Well, I'm just looking at... Oh, there's no need to look at anything, is there? There's nothing going on. I was looking at the reactions in the background. I wasn't ready to just give up, but the camera has. What's this? Who are you? Is that Maxine? Oh, okay. So you're showing us the hard work that she's doing after she's won the title. Blimey now. You didn't think to show us this before? Not interested. And give a flip. There's no point showing us after she's won the belt, you absolute clowns. Right, so the Judgment Day segment is really not much, is it? Liv comes down and says, I've heard that we've got weak, but not now that I'm back. But they are trying to justify her, said Sarthak. It's just backwards booking, though, isn't it? Like, you do this before you put the belt on her. You don't do it after you've put the belt on her. It'd be good if we get something from Natty out of this. That would be good. Blimey now, this is long. Roman Reigns SCN said, why is Liv slapping Dom? It was just a kinky thing, weren't it? Maxine has 3 eyes, says Ant. Okay, Adam Pearce saying to the ref, keep your ear to the ground. Just report back what you hear. Okay. Tag titles. Tag titles. Dragon Lee, AJ Lee. They're going to be defending against the New Day. So we're coming up to the end of hour 1. AJ Styles. Dragon Lee. Okay, so Adam Pearce saying about keep your ear to the ground. Certainly seems like they're trying to put a thread in maybe of the mass person. And, you know, maybe we will get some payoff of that later. The only thing is that our main event tonight is going to be the women's tag match. Turn that down. The thing tonight is going to be the tag match, so hard to see the masked mystery person kind of getting revealed at the end of this show at the moment. Whoever thinks the masked man is working for Roman Reigns needs to do an IQ test, says Brony. Johnny said, currently sitting at a solid 0 on the epic meter. King Yeti said, what do we have? Daze in the chat, a cup of haters. I'm not down on this show. I think the opening match was pretty good. I just think the Judgment Day segment didn't go anywhere. And I don't care for the Maxine stuff. To me, you've gone completely backwards on that. And what did we open with? It's kind of hard to get excited about the women's tag titles. So I do like, though, what people are saying about maybe building to like a TLC type match. I'm definitely down for that. Definitely down for that. So if it gets to that, maybe Maybe we do like get more teams involved and it kind of is going to build something there. That would be pretty good. I do understand though. I mean, at the moment, an hour into the show, would you describe that first hour as epic? But again, we said, didn't we, before we started, turn the expectation dial down a little bit. You probably are going to be getting something. I don't think we've had it yet. But I don't think this is going to be a non-stop kind of show of, you know, craziness. Brandon said, LA Knight deserves this. Hello Ross said, I can't believe he didn't run it back after losing it. Oh, Jay, after he lost the match, run it back. No, he crashed out instead, didn't he? He crashed out instead. I've turned off my ESPN subscription till the Rumble to save dollars, says Randy. Alan said, was Liv Morgan drunk? I don't think so. She just said she heard that they had got a little bit weak, but not anymore now that she was back. I just don't think they had much to work with. I really thought that there was going to be a big revelation that, you know, she was going to turn on someone or something was going to happen, but it wasn't to be. Okay, New Day making their way out. King Yeti said, I meant with the Maxine stuff. Okay, yeah, well, everyone knows that's not for me. It's probably my least favorite thing of the year. Okay, we are in Glendale. Okay, I think Gable could come back and be the same as Liv. Maybe he's the mask. Can Chad go back to be El Grande, said Ronda Sanchez. Can Chad go back to being El Grande? Well, that's going to be quite interesting, actually, because Ludwig's El Grande, and it's worked really well. So, I don't know, you might end up with Chad coming back wanting to be El Grande or being an El Grande, and then Ludwig El Grande might have a problem with it, and so you could quite easily end up with those two feuding. El Grande against El Grande. I don't know what we do when Chad comes back, but apparently he's going to be back relatively soon. Okay, we got New Day in the ring. Ian said they're doing something with Theory. They now need to do something with Grayson instead of just making him a jobber with the New Day. Ace said, if we think about it, so far we've had a heel turn, a returning wrestler, and actually eyes on a women's belt. That's more than the last month of SmackDown. I don't think Jey was a heel turn. I think it was a frustration sort of lash out, but that to me was not an actual heel turn. That was just frustration. A returning wrestler? Are you talking about this show or are you talking about this weekend? Because if we're talking about a returning wrestler, I'm thinking, are we talking about Liv? Because that was at Survivor Series. And I don't know, putting a women's title match as tag title match as the main event is not really any different to usual. I don't know. I think, you know, I'm a big WWE fan. It's hard to kind of spin this episode as it's okay, it's fine, but it's nothing special at the moment. Shots coming in there by Kofi. Simon said, are we going to get the Masked Man involved in this match? With it being mentions before the match? I'm not expecting it. I'm not expecting the Masked Person in this match. I think the Masked Person is kind of aligned with the Vision. This doesn't really have anything to do with the Vision. Daze, do we see Finn Balor turning on Dominic? And then we get Finn Balor, Dominic, maybe for the Intercontinental Championship, says Connor. Well, we could do. I can't say that we're going to do that because we've been waiting for that turn for quite a while. And, yeah, I mean, it's absolutely a direction we could go. But it's also a direction we've kind of been thinking that we were going to go quite a while. So, I don't know. When do you pull that trigger? Dragon Lee going over the other side. Takes Kofi over. Okay, well underway with this match. LA Knight has spoken about getting to the final. And he's kind of saying the same thing that Dominic said. If John Cena is the greatest of all time and I beat John Cena, what would that make me? What would that make me? Okay. Grayson might help New Day, and then the masked man might attack him and reveal to be Theory, said Diskino. Okay, Grayson on the outsides, getting in the way a little bit as Kofi comes over. Throws in a kick there to Dragon Lee, tag being made. Dragon Lee is on that rope at the moment. Stomped to the back. Dragon Lee goes down. Daze, I want to see Finn Balor turn on Dominic and bring the demon back, said Jordan. Drew said they've already messed up this mystery man angle. Everyone knows it's Theory, so why bother making it a mystery? Well, you know, I don't know if they knew it would leak. I can understand them being disappointed that that news came out. Headbutt there by Kofi. Hannah said, I thought the same thing. I thought something random like maybe JD or Raquel were going to get kicked out. Maybe they'll rush Finn's push. The year hasn't ended. The reports did say that it would come. I think the Judgment Day are going to get a renewed focus now that Liv is back. And it could be that we were waiting for her to return before we really move forward with a few things. But, yeah, you know. I am very interested in seeing what's next. It's just a shame that that segment didn't really give us much in the way of talking points. Okay, New Day sucks is the chant. Kofi in there with Dragon Lee. You got to think that Grayson will more than likely make his presence felt. Undercover Manager said, I would have AJ walk out on Dragon Lee, leave him, New Day win the titles. Everyone's like, WTF. And then when the reveal happens later on, I would have AJ be a mystery man and join the Vision in Flair's Evolution role. Undercover Manager, thank you. Rage Warrior said, are we still waiting for CM Punk segment? We know it's coming due to the ending of War Games. Well, I don't think they've announced anything yet, have they? Alexander said, if it is Theory that's the mass figure, he could interfere in this, considering what happened with Grayson Waller. Well, maybe. I'm not expecting it. I think that he's turned his attention to helping the Vision. So I think anything to do with Braun and Bronson and Punk and that kind of stuff, Heyman, I think that's where Theory's attention is. 1, 2, shoulder up. But you could be right. Johnny C, I'm looking your way. The only difference is you can see me. Chances are you might be seeing me, So LA Knight just cutting a bit of a promo, quick little promo backstage, as he's just one win away from facing Johnny Cena. Calf crusher there by AJ. AJ with a calf crusher on Kofi. Kofi in a bit of trouble. Don't know where Xavier... There he is. I thought it was taking him a little bit of time to get in there. But he gets in there. He breaks it up. Kick coming in there by AJ. 1, 2. Kofi goes over against the ropes. Kofi over again. AJ coming over, making the tag. Dragon Lee gets in the ring. Bang. 1, 2. Kick out there by Kofi. Liam said, so for Mania, I can see Braun versus Punk, Gunther versus Cody, and Liv versus Roxanne. Do we agree with those? Braun, Punk, Gunther, Cody. Well, at the moment, Roman Cody is the rumor. I think Gunther beating Cena is going to get a big push. I mean, Liv Roxanne is definitely an opportunity. We could build to that. Whether it's going to be that straightforward, I'm not sure. Like, some people would say Finn, Dom, Roxanne, Liv. I mean, they're all chances that we could get there, yes. Do we think there will be a Shield reunion? Only when they go in the Hall of Fame. I don't... Unless Ambrose comes back for a little final run. But I'm not sure that I see it. I could see the Shield going in the Hall of Fame, though. They definitely deserve that. So I could see all three on the stage for a Shield induction. When that happens, God only knows. I don't think that's anytime soon. Could be 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Who knows? Hard to see a run, though. I just don't see Moxley wanting to come back to WWE. I don't think he enjoyed it, honestly. I think that what he does now, he enjoys so much more because, to be honest with you, I think he is like a bit of a deathmatch wrestler. I think he loves the blood and loves non-PG wrestling, you know, CZW, ECW. That's what he was built for. And WWE just isn't the right fit for him. WWE is too kid-friendly, PG. Not interested. That was sick, mate. That was sick. Dragon Lee stomping on the back. That was sick. That is one of the best spots that you're going to see. Certainly on this show. But, yeah, that was sick. Dragon Lee stomping on the back of Kofi, flipping him into AJ, and AJ hitting the Styles Clash, which gives the win. Look at this. They're showing the replay right here. This was amazing. Bang, bang. Yeah, that's so good. Bang. Tag champs retain. Let's get your thoughts. What you thought about that match. The double stomp into the Styles Clash. Rightfully being praised by commentary. Big reaction from the crowd when that happened as well. Highlight of the night. That is a sick move, says Tracy. Love that, said Nita Nitro. That was insane. Okay, Stephanie and Nikki is what we're watching right now. That was a great tag, said Choco Latte. It was brilliant, said Tribal Lists. Okay, Stephanie, obviously with the victory. And she is backstage. Stephanie Vercaer backstage. What message do you think you sent with your victory this weekend? Here's Liv. Oh, this is interesting. That's good. Liv approaching Stephanie. I'm here for that. I'm here for that. Okay, this is Bronson, is it? Yeah, big Bronson Reed coming out with Heyman and Logan, and you might be getting a mystery person in this segment. Now, Logan is still with them, which is interesting. Does he leave the Vision now? I mean, I was under the impression he was with them just for Survivor Series. I mean, to be honest, Logan's not around week in, week out. Logan just went to give his Prime bottle to some kid that wanted it, and then he took it away again. I don't mind Logan being in this group, says Brony. We getting Logan with the Vision, said Jennifer. I don't know. I don't know if this is not just like the final part of it, or what the situation is. I don't mind Logan Paul in the group at all. He just needs to show up more, said Alex. LS Dub said, get Logan the hell off my screen. Junior said Logan is a good heel. Liv is not on Stephanie's level, says William. Well, I do like Liv and Stephanie. That gives me some hope for the future. That's a feud I would definitely be engaged with. Sportskeeda said they are completely seated for Stephanie and Liv. Okay, we've got Heyman. Whoop, that trick sign is fun. Heyman won in the microphone, so I think we should be hearing from him when we go back. Poppy Croc said, I would argue that Logan is the best heel that they've got at the moment. Daze, do you still have hope for Grayson? Yeah. His main roster run has been thumbs down. Well, I do still have hope. I think they were hoping that A-Town Down Under was going to really click, and that they would gain some traction, and what, it just never did. I mean, they didn't give them much to work with. I think the truth is, though, that in WWE, you sort of have to make the most of what you've got, and what you're going to get is probably not much. I mean, actually, if you look at Becky, right? So Becky loses the Intercontinental Championship to Maxine. And then she joins up with the women because she wants revenge on AJ Lee, right? Pretty simple story, that. I really think all that, her crashing out, all the stuff online, all the caps lock tweets, the nicknames of all the other wrestlers, the 10-minute video she dropped on social media earlier, all that kind of added stuff that she's provided. I think that's the stuff you have to do. If you're a WWE wrestler, you have to make the most of what you get given. You really do have to find a way of just turning lemons into lemonades. I think Becky knows that and is very good at that. I think Drew is very good at that as well. I don't think that Grayson and Theory are very good at that at the moment. I think a lot of it comes from experience. I mean, if you think about how long Becky's been around for, how long Drew's been around for, how long Chelsea Green has been around for, you know, how long Karrion Kross has been wrestling. You know, he's very good with this social media game as well. I think you have to do that stuff. You're not gonna, if you're waiting to get this amazing creative, you might be waiting a long time. But I do still have hope. I think he's a very engaging talker. His match quality is okay. It's got a decent look. Heyman just having a few kind words for Brock Lesnar. You are the beast. And a shout out to Drew McIntyre. Okay, so he's shouting out to Drew. He shouts out Brock. So, big Bronson Reed. The biggest mainstream star. He's not even the biggest mainstream star in his family. Okay, booze for Logan. The New Day was robbed. It's terrible officiating, allowing Dragon Lee to attack Kofi long after the tag. When will it end? Becky Lynch posts online. Okay, and Bron Breakker last to get his praise. Okay. So CM Punk is going to defend. I didn't catch the date, but it's going to be a title match against Bron Breakker live on Netflix. Here's Bron Breakker. He's just going to say a few words. CM Punk chants breaking out. Bron Breakker with that microphone, and Heyman takes it back. No. Bron. Okay, we don't get to hear Bron too much. January 5th, is it? Thank you. I'm upset. Almost disappointed. How easy it was to pin CM Punk. Okay, fiery. CM Punk is nothing but a soft ass beep. His wife is a bigger star than he is. That feels like low-hanging fruit, to be honest. Just because we've heard it so many times. Loud CM Punk chants. It's going to be a fight on January 5th. You tried to break my neck. It's true, man. That moment where he gets dumped on his head was moody, wasn't it? The jacket's off. World. Yeah, I mean, I would say that's probably his best promo that he's cut on the main roster, isn't it? I mean, he was locked in, focused on the camera, deliberate. Problem is, though, when he shouts, he squeaks. He's just done that twice. This is mine! I mean, good. Tracy's not impressed. He did squeal. There was some squealing in there. We need to cut that bit out. Okay, here's Jey. Listen, it's better than him fumbling on his words. Got any thoughts on Bron Breakker? Yeah, why should he care? A lot of people in my head. I know the only person... Oh. Roman said it best. Those titles look best on his shoulders, not mine. We've been saying that. Okay. There we go. Jey just having a few words with Jackie. Jay's losing it. Robbie said he's not wrong. He's lost his confidence, says Rage. Gunther. Oh, lose the rope. Dun, dun, dun. Right, Gunther is in a match to get to the final, of course. Okay. This episode of Raw sucks, says Tyler. This show makes me hate wrestling, says Wyatt. Well, here is Gunther. He's going to be taking on Solo Sikoa. I'm sure this is going to be a really good match. Riveting. Look at the excitement from the crowd. Nothing. He's boring, says Jessica. But he's also a heel. Oh, I don't know that the crowd are meant to be going crazy when Gunther makes his way out. I mean, it's not going to be helped by the fact that there's not like a red hot baby face coming out to face him. We're bringing out another heel. So, you know, I don't know why, but yeah, we're expecting Gunther to get the win, go forward, and then, of course, in the final, take on LA Knight. Joe said that's how Gunther goes when he takes a shower. He had a nice robe when he was in developmental. I don't know why they've gone to this like black, sort of like boxing like robe. It's all right. I'm just not crazy about it. I'm also not crazy, and I know people don't know what I'm on about, right? But I promise you, the entrance music, it was different when they first changed it a few weeks ago. They have changed it again now to a different part in the song. They used to loop it. So it used to be like this segment that they would then loop over. There's a bit there where it goes quite flowery and whatever. We never used to have that when he was in developmental. I think they looped it back round to the start of it again, where they just let it play now. So it's great when he comes out and everything, but you know, after a couple of minutes, it does start to get a little bit flowery. It's like, why aren't you just doing what you did when he was in developmental? Why have you changed that music? I mean, you changed the music. It's so weird. I don't understand. So when he was in developmental, he had the theme that he's using now. Brilliant. We loved it. And he had like the Volta name. People love that. He had, I think it was more like a red entrance thing, which looked great. It was all great. Nothing needed to change. And then they bring him to the main roster and they change his music, which was worse. And we said it was worse. And now they've changed it back. But they've changed it back and they're not looping it like they used to. And they've changed his... It's like, why are you messing around? I don't understand. Someone must have not thought that what he was doing in NXT was good, or that it needed to change, or something like that. I don't know. It really feels like there's too many chefs in the kitchen. Do you know what I mean? I really don't understand why you had to change any of it. Just keep him exactly as he was in developmental. I mean, he had crazy aura. He was so good. I think we're in a good place with him. I'm not like moaning or complaining. I'm just saying I don't know why we've had to go through all this nonsense. And it feels like we're kind of roughly back to where we began pretty much. So you do look at it and go, what was the point in changing it all in the first place then? But someone must have not been a fan. Someone must have thought that there was a change that was needed. But it is good that he's got this piece of music back. I much prefer this to the theme he's been using, like, you know, on the main roster. Right, we are back from commercial break. We were at commercial break. We've now got John Cena, this sit-down interview, which I would really love to know when we're going to get to this. I don't think it's been announced yet when we get this. Gunther's going to turn face, said Pete Ivy. He'll get a few cheers tonight. Cena will put him over and raise his arm. Gunther's going to be a face. Okay. Okay, John Cena's final match. Just being promoted. As this is our last of the semi-finals. Defcon, shout out to you, said the Volta ringside had a black robe. Yeah, that was the only Volta figure, wasn't it? That was the only one that they ever did. So worth picking up that. As you said, it was a ringside exclusive. Charles said, please, no face for Gunther. I like him being a heel. We need to lean more into that. Rest of Danny said, why don't you like Gunther's silky negligee? Well, I mean, it's okay. It's not my favorite look for him. I don't know that I'm after sexy Gunther, really, but it's not the direction I would have gone, but sexy Gunther. Perhaps he'll have a sexy calendar coming out for next year. Jackie Redmond said, Jey Uso has never, and I mean never, blown me off for an interview. He gave you an interview, didn't he? Right now, Solo, Gunther locking up, and we are underway. Boom. I had to rewind that Braun promo because the voice crack was rough. Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that that's going to overshadow the promo. Hopefully not, because it was a good promo. The delivery was good. There is a voice crack that's in there, but and I'm sure people will have some fun with that. But the promo was much better than what we've seen from him when he's just kind of standing in the entranceway, getting a bit lost. You know, I've seen some of those promos where he's kind of got lost and had to flip in, you know, just act all frustrated. This was pretty good delivery, but there was like a couple of little voice cracks in there, but don't know, good, fine. I mean, you can see the vision, you can see what we're building towards. Right now we've got Gunther with Solo and keeping a side headlock on. Logan said, I think the mystery man is going to be revealed for some reason. Well, maybe they are going to be revealed. I'm just looking online. People are kind of saying it was fire. It's the best promo I've seen him cut. Ready for that dominant world title run next year. So yeah, people are into it. Okay, Solo with a big shot there to Gunther. Over against the ropes, Gunther with a shoulder barge. Goes back over the other side, Gunther with Solo. These two exchanging. Shoulder barge. Solo that gets the better of that, you know. Solo gets the better of it. And down goes Gunther. Solo coming over to Gunther. Gunther has got Solo going over against the ropes. Triple H said sometimes anger is all the fuel you need. As he tweets out about Bron Breakker's promo. Okay, we have gone to commercial break. I am a punk mark, but I thought the promo was just same old low-hanging fruit, says Randy. I think a lot of the content was same old. The stuff about, like, AJ Lee, whatever, was not that crazy, but I like the bit where, I don't remember it, but he said backstage, you said, like, congrats on everything that I'd achieved. Let's see if you can cut a promo with the big boys now. Well, you know, consider that job done. I thought that was kind of a good line. It kind of just gives you a glimpse into their relationship in the, you know, backstage. CM Punk's coming up going, listen, you're doing well, but, you know, let's see if you can hang with the big boys. And I kind of like how Bron Breakker's like, okay, I'll show you I can hang with the big boys. I was shocked how easy it was to pin you. I was disappointed, actually, at how easy it was to pin you at War Games. And then he delivers like a promo that's got some good pacing, really good intensity. Really, the only things you would say is, maybe there could have been a better killer line in there, but, it's okay that it wasn't. Still did the job. When he goes face to face with Punk and they do verbal exchanges, Punk's going to tie him up in knots. I mean, I'm sure Punk's going to lean into the fact that he's a Nepo baby. He's the son of a Steiner. Didn't have to work to get in the industry like Punk did. And, there's going to be quite a bit that Punk can go off on. Is Braun going to be ready for that? Are creative going to have Braun ready for that? I hope they are. It doesn't really serve much of a purpose to have CM Punk bury Braun Breaker on the microphone. So that's definitely going to need some thoughts. Talatonga just stepping up to Gunther and getting involved in this one. I think we knew Talatonga was always going to be a factor in this. Dominic Mysterio has had his side plates put back onto the Intercontinental Championship, so the John Cena ones have been removed. Okay, headbutt coming in there by Solo. We've got about 50 minutes left to go in this show. Gunther over the other side. I genuinely don't think this show has been bad. I think it's been okay, and there's a bit of a mock by Solo doing the Gunther pose. I feel like it needs like some big talking point. I suppose in a way I'm still struggling to know what my thumbnail should be. I don't really, maybe Jey crashing out is the biggest talking point so far. I mean, Liv being back, isn't it? Is it? Stephanie and Liv is not a bad little moment backstage. That was kind of cool. But right now we've got Gunther. Chop coming in. Maybe the Bron Breakker promo is the biggest moment. I think there will be something else, though, that takes the crown. Gunther in the corner. Rage said, I wasn't impressed. He's got a lot to work on. There's always something to improve. They're just going to throw Braun in there and he'll get buried by Punk. If they see Braun as their future, that would be asinine, said WrestleRants. So WrestleRants isn't feeling it. James said, do you remember when WWE had Cena announced they killed Bin Laden? Yes, we got him. I wonder if that'll be part of his countdown of greatest ever moments. John Cena tells the WWE fans that a man has been killed. We got him! I mean, it was a different time, wasn't it? And obviously coming out of 9/11 and all of that, like, people were desperate for him to get got. So you understand, it's just a bit of a weird thing for John Cena to be a part of, I mean, he wasn't there, but Solo comes crashing down on Gunther. Kick out there by Gunther. Daze, the biggest talking point is the Breaker promo. I wasn't fired up, but again, he does need to start somewhere. It could be, yeah. It could be the Bron Breakker, could be the biggest talking point. I think Jey crashing out, though, is a pretty big deal. I think that could lead somewhere quite interesting. It's my time, says Solo. Solo climbing up. Gunther comes over. Shot coming in. Gunther on that middle rope. Headbutt coming in there by Solo. Steve said, if nothing else big happens, then it will be epic. An epic failure. I've still got low expectations. But throwing words around like that, I hope I am wrong. I just think he should, he said it to get people to tune in, maybe. And I think he will deliver something. Big superplex there by Gunther. Big superplex. I think he will deliver something. I'm confident we're going to get a big talking point between now and the end of the show. But I can understand at the moment people being a bit like, this isn't epic. I wouldn't say it's bad, though. I think we've had some bad Raws, some Raws that have really kind of not really given us much at all. I feel like, you know, the Bron Breakker promo, the Jey Uso moment, 2 great matches, according to you guys. You lot voted. LA Knight Jay Great 54. New Day AJ and Dragon Lee Great 60. So, a couple of bits in there that have made this show kind of worth watching, but just waiting for that cherry on top. Shot coming in by Gunther. The other thing as well is matches that matter. So the first match was in this tournament. Second match was for the tag titles. Now we've got this match where the winner gets through to the final. I wonder if part of the problem genuinely is not WWE, it's the spoilers. If we didn't know who was winning this tournament would be so much more exciting. If we didn't know who that masked person was, that would be so much more exciting. I wonder if that is genuinely, like, really ruining shows. I mean, I think it does. But how do you stop those spoilers from coming out? You know? Right now, we've got, we're back from commercial break. We got Solo down, Gunther down. Austin said Oba should join the main roster. He should show Braun what a future star really looks like. Aubrey said WWE feel like a ship that is lost. There's only one person, one man that can navigate this beast of a ship back on track. Y2J, says Aubrey. Okay, Solo, one corner. Gunther, the other corner. Solo charging over. Gunther moves out the way. Picks up Solo. Slams him down. Gunther going outside the ring. He's climbing up. Gunther with a big splash. 1, 2. Solo kicks out. I'm glad he kicked out. He seemed to have a bit too much about him. If he hadn't have kicked out, that might have looked a bit weird. Because it did kind of feel like he was just waiting to kick out. I don't know what they're chanting. I can hear a let's go. I think it's a let's go Solo chant. I'm not sure. Yeah. It's dueling chants. That's why I couldn't make it out. Let's go Solo. Let's go Gunther. Let's go Solo. So the crowd are split as to who they're getting behind. It's not the loudest of chants. Gunther working on the thumb, is he, of Solo. Clothesline, short arm clothesline by Gunther. Gunther against the ropes. Oh, you're an Augie. Big, big. 1, 2. Kick out there by Gunther, the ring general. Right. King Yeti, appreciate it, but firing in some memberships. King Yeti, thank you, my friends. Who benefited? Aubrey benefited. Funky Fluffy benefited. Jojo, Emmett, Boss Hazza. Welcome. We do 3 member streams a week. 1 on a Tuesday, 1 on a Wednesday, 1 on a Thursday. So we'll be back tomorrow for a member stream. On Wednesday, we're doing Wrestle Feuds. It's where we do our little quiz show thing, and we need to get answers for that quiz. So you can actually answer the questionnaire. It's pinned at the top of the chat. You can click on that and answer some fun wrestling questions, and that all helps contribute towards our quiz we do on Wednesday. You'll be seeing video clips of that in the coming weeks. Big clothesline there by Gunther. Gunther grabbing. Oh, Gunther goes down. He's right back up. Gunther, big clothesline. Solo down. 1, 2. Shoulder up again. Shoulder up again. Big, big moment this. Bang. Good. Some big clotheslines. Big blows
And Gunther, I think, thought he had done enough there to put Solo away. Tala round the other side. Can't do anything. Gunther coming over, grabbing Solo. Trying to get Solo up. Right now, we've got Gunther on the shoulders of Solo. Gunther gets down. Oh, Samoan drop, but it was a little bit sloppy. 1, 2. Shoulder up there by Gunther. Okay, so Solo down on his hands and knees. Okay, he's looking for that spike. He's going over to Gunther. Big chop there by Gunther. And again. Gunther throwing in these chops. Driving Solo back. And again. Another big chop. I'm surprised at the amount of time they've given this match, you know. Oh, another big Uranagi. Huge. Solo going to the outsides. Climbing up. Big splash. 1, 2. Kick out there by Gunther. These two are really throwing everything at each other. This is one of the best Solo matches, but that's not a surprise. He's in there with one of the best in-ring workers. WWE Creative Humor said Gunther against Solo is the match you never knew you needed. We've actually got "This is awesome" chant breaking out. These two are just like knocking lumps out of each other, and to be honest, it's the best way to book this match. Just give the fans like great action to cheer. Solo is over against the ropes. He seems to be trying to take off that turnbuckle, and he has. The turnbuckle pad has come off. So that turnbuckle has been exposed. Referee has got the pads. Now Tala is popping up. Gunther comes over. Look at the size of Tala. Look at Tala and Gunther. We need to do Tala against Omos now. Tala and Gunther is crazy. Big boot there by Gunther. Low blow there to Tala. I thought that Solo was going to accidentally Samoan spike Tala. We've got that exposed turnbuckle. Feels like that's going to come into play. Ah, low blow there by Gunther. Power bomb. Cover. 1, 2. The turnbuckle didn't come into play. Gunther wins. Gunther was always winning. The match is great. Really enjoyed it. It's another match that's delivered. We've complained quite a lot about match quality not being good enough. I think we've seen some real improvement on that front. Gunther just gave us an interesting Solo Sikoa match. I don't want to hear any more Gunther slander. Yeah? Gunther slander will not be tolerated on this channel after I've just seen a good Solo Sikoa match on the main roster. Okay. So this Friday on SmackDown, it's LA Knight against Gunther. Is LA Knight going to come? Oh, yeah. LA Knight's already out there. LA Knight is out and he is confronting Gunther. This is the final. Smile on the face of Gunther. Iris Sam said, LA Knight is going to win the tournament. I said that about 2 weeks ago. His promos have had real meaning. I think WWE are going to give him his opportunity. I think LA Knight's Cena, said Irish Sam. Okay, here's a Becky promo. You don't survive by being lucky. You survive by being good. It's an interesting top, isn't it? She's basically got 2 pockets that are covering her boobs. I hadn't really paid any attention, but they look like they're 2 pockets right here. Okay. We're back with the ref and Adam. Keep me posted. Here's AJ. Next week. They want to defend those tag titles next week. We want War Raiders. War Raiders get a title opportunity. Okay. You deserve it. Okay, we've got Charlotte and we've got Alexa. Coming up next is their match. Is that a bit early? Does that feel a bit early? Is it a bit early for our main event? Don't know. Feels like it. Okay, you lot really enjoyed that. You said that was great. 77. Where are we now? We're with Byron Saxton. Let's go. Let's go, King. No Mystery Man reveal, said Irish Sam. Seth introducing Theory as his apprentice, says Sean. Does anyone know when the Epic starts, said Johnny Boy Jamming. I think you'll find it started an hour and 55 minutes ago. Oh, here's Grayson Waller. Looks like New Day are here. Yeah, they're not happy. This is the best time to be a WWE superstar if you're handpicked. Grayson going off on the officiating. Isn't that wild that the same referee that's running around for Adam Pearce is the same one that had the New Day match? They haven't even been... They're kicking off at the War Raiders getting a championship match. And I gotta say, they got a point. We're here every single day. Okay. They're gonna release Waller at this rate. They're not letting him wrestle a singles match. And the promos are during ad breaks, says Johnny. How many years does Buddy have left on his All Elite? I don't know, actually. Don't know. I don't think Buddy is the masked person, though. The streets seem to be very confident as to who the masked person is. Booze. Yeah, they're kicking off, man. They're really kicking off. So, New Day are not happy at all about how things played out in their match earlier, and also that the War Raiders have just been given a title match. If this is the main event, will they give the women time? I honestly, I mean, I don't know. We don't have to go till past. I mean, there's nothing set in stone that says we have to go till past. Next week, it is the Last Time Is Now tournament. Final LA Knight against Gunther. What else we got? We got a tag team championship match, of course, next week. AJ Styles, Dragon Lee taking on the War Raiders. And they've not done Dragon Lee dirty with the render, which is good to see. Okay, we're backstage with Rey Mysterio. Next week, you're going to face Finn Balor, apparently. Could we see you take another run with the IC title? Oh, here's Logan. If it isn't the one guy that might be more of an ass than my own son. Consider this a warning. Okay, so we got Logan and we got Rey at the moment backstage. Rey slaps Logan. We've done this feuds. Interesting that we're going back to it. Okay, Charlotte Flair is coming out. So it looks like we're building to a Logan Rey thing. Okay. Bow down. Rey couldn't reach his face, so he slapped his neck, says Corey. Oh. Okay, Charlotte coming out and she's all robed up. That was an epic slap, says Frank. Daze, could the masked man be Kevin Owens? He's been out for a long time. Well, there's a big rumor as to who the masked man is, and I don't really have a reason to believe it's anyone other than who's being reported. That person is not reported to be Kevin Owens. I think Kevin is seriously injured and seriously out for a long time. I mean, it seemed to be getting to the point where we genuinely didn't even know when he might return. And I think we're still in that situation, to be honest. Okay, Charlotte coming down with Alexa. This is apparently our main event. Where is Lily? Said Funky Fluffy. She's on holiday in Cancun. Just catching up with a few of her puppet friends. Jordan said Alexa's got no Lily. I don't think she's had Lily for a little while, to be honest. She didn't have Lily at War Games. I don't think she's had Lily the past few weeks. This will end in a schmoz. What a waste if that's what happens, said Fish. When will Brock return again, said Texas. Well, they might do something before the Rumble, but honestly, it might be the Rumble. I think I'm definitely expecting him to be in the Rumble. Daze, just because this is the main event, it doesn't mean it's the closing segment. That's true. Maybe we get a little something tasty after. Rage Warrior said, here we go, main event time. She's hanging out with the Muppets, says Randy. Wow. I think we would all love to do that. She's painting the town red with Miss Piggy. Or painting it pink. Calm said, do we think Seth Rollins is the mystery person? No. It's Smoke from Mortal Kombat, said Defcom. That's why you're the GOAT. You're on top of the wrestling news and rumors, says Daniel. Daniel, shout out to you, my friends. What is the closing segment going to be, said Manic. Well, are we going to get a turn or something? I mean, we've got quite a bit of time, you know. There is chance to start the match and have, like, Kabuki Warriors come out, Bailey and whatever come out, and then set it up as a fatal four-way. I still don't know if people would say that was epic. I think that this show has been perfectly watchable. I think it's had some really good in-ring action, certainly Gunther solo. I think there's been some storyline development. I mean, Ray, Logan is clearly going somewhere. Liv, Stephanie feels like it's going somewhere. Jey Uso crashing out feels like it's going somewhere. Braun, CM Punk being made for January 5th is goods. And, you know, we've still got half an hour to go. Arguably the most important part of the show coming up, the final stages of the show, that kind of big bombshell, that big cliffhanger. So, oh, they changed it. Oh, they turned that sign around and now it's Rhea doing the thing. Oh my God. That is sign of the year by a mile. I thought it was great when it was EO, but they've turned it round and they've got Rhea on the other side, or they've got a different one. That's great. That is really great. Okay, Bella sounded, and we are underway with this match. Alexa and Charlotte versus Rhea and Io. Rio. Boom. Lash Legend gets her receipt on Asuka, causing the Kabuki Warriors the title, said William. I found it a bit strange that Braun walked out on his own after that bit. The reveal of Theory after this match, says Pete Ivy. Corporate Kane is definitely the mystery, said Irish Sam. Okay, right now we've got EO in control as I think we're about to go to commercial break. Here's Slamex. There's the Rhea one that they've done. There's the EO one from earlier. That Rhea one's great as well, though. Is it the same shape? Is it that they just spun it round? Let's have a look at the... I don't know. Maybe. I don't know if it's the same bit and it's just the other way around or what, but they're both brilliant. So clever. It's so good. It makes me wish that someone did like a whole... That's just the head. But imagine if you had like the body and the arms. Imagine if, like, when Daniel Bryan was doing the yes thing, if there was a way of getting, like, the whole upper body of Daniel Bryan. I'm just wondering if you could take this further. We've got the two hands and the head, but could someone hold the body underneath? Could someone else hold an arm and another? How big can we make this? How much further can we go? Because they look great. They're my favourite signs of the year, definitely. Right, we are underway. I think we're at commercial break right now. Dominic said, Lasha's got some real presence. She's got some size and strength. All she's missing is a badass theme. Oh, God, her theme sucks. Sung by Beyonce or Rihanna or something. Yeah. I don't know if they would be able to do that, though, because... I mean, you have to obviously pay those kind of people. I don't think TKO would want to be paying that to get the rights for that. And I don't know how much it would cost to bring in Beyonce or a Rihanna or whatever. Probably more than TKO want to spend. And then trying to actually get a proper track that you pay for is, you know, if it's cool, it's going to be quite costly. So, I don't know. I agree with you. They need to change her music, give it something a bit more, like, intimidating. Okay, Rhea really struggling to get this cloverleaf on Alexa, but she finally does. Knowing Triple H, he'll just keep the Mystery Man storyline going on till next year's SummerSlam, said Austin. Glockner said, someone on Facebook said, whenever Triple H says that a show is going to be epic or a new era or landscape, then just skip the show. Well, I don't know what people are saying. I think certainly if you have clicked on this for the epicness of tonight, I think you will be disappointed so far. I think if you clicked on this and watched this show because you watch Raw anyway, I think you'd be okay with it. Depends how carried away you got with the epicness quote, you know. I think it's been a perfectly fine watch. Nice. Cloverleaf in again there on Alexa. And Alexa definitely feeling the effects of that. Rhea is trying to get over. Knocking down Charlotte. She was trying to get like over to EO as Alexa was trying to get over to Charlotte. Oh, shot coming in there by Alexa. Shot coming back there by Rhea. EO is in the ring. There's a German suplex there to Alexa. EO goes over. Kind of a 619 to the back. Alexa rolls forward. Knee coming in there by Rhea. EO with the pin. Charlotte was looking to make the save, but she was really slow. She wouldn't have made it. Right, can we get 1,000 likes before the show ends? Oh, how many likes are we on? Are we in that neighborhood, are we? We managed to get 1,000 for Survivor Series, which was so cool. A big thank you to everyone that's joined us for that. Really do appreciate it. Alexa going over, gets planted down. Charlotte's applauding away on the outsides. The mystery man, I know who it is. It's Sting, said Jay. We're at about 483. Okay. I can answer that about the 1,000 likes then. No. 20 odd minutes to go. I can't see us getting over 500 likes. Okay, Rhea is in there with Charlotte right now. Both of these two stepping in the ring, staring at each other. Lots of history between these two. Loud Rhea chants breaking out. Rhea in the ring. Big boot there by Charlotte. Crowd wooing away. Do you know, I think part of the issue as well is that if you're a little bit older, you don't get as like kind of, you're not as quite in awe of the star power, right? So I sort of feel like for the kids, Rhea and Charlotte getting in with each other right now, they obviously milked that moment, and that's meant to be like, oh my God, here we go. This is it. These two are going to go out. They're going to throw at each other. Like, I think there's meant to be little moments in the show like this that we're meant to like freak out about. But when you're old and, you watch so much wrestling, these kind of moments just like, yeah, okay, fine. Rhea and Charlotte, this will be fun for a bit. But actually, if you're a youngster, this is probably a bigger deal, isn't it? These two getting in the ring with each other. If you're like a Rhea fan, a diehard Rhea fan, or a diehard Charlotte fan, I'm sure there are some. This would mean a lot more to you. A few laughs there for Charlotte Self. She gets kicked, she bends over, she's like, and then finally falls down, and I could hear a few laughs coming from the crowd. Right. Charlotte and Rhea down. Triple A said, Dave Meltzer said that Punk Braun at Mania, but it's on Raw on January 5th. Is Dave wrong again? What's happening at Mania? Well, I mean, it absolutely can be the road we go. I think Dave was told that coming out of Survivor Series, we would know the direction we were heading for WrestleMania. And so as a result, he's looked at it and gone, well, this appears to be where we're going. So, yeah, I mean, there's every chance that Braun Punk is not the match at Mania, but it could also be like the start of a feud, couldn't it? I mean, it could be that CM Punk now is caught up with the Vision, which, means he has a few matches with Bronson and issues with Logan, and it could absolutely mean that we end up wrapping it all up at WrestleMania, and it could be Braun and Punk. So I don't think Dave has been told by anyone 100% that's where we're going. But I think he was told coming out of Survivor Series, you'll have a real good idea of where we're going. Right now, we got Charlotte with like a walls on Io right now. Bang, Io goes taking Charlotte over. No joy. Io against the rope. Duck underneath. Over the other sides. Got her up. Oh, lovely. That was lovely suplex there by Charlotte on Io. That was good. Jay said, I really enjoy these WWE shows with y'all. Jay, shout out to you, my friends. Yeah, I think it's good, to be honest, that we can all hang and share our thoughts. I used to watch wrestling for years and years and years on my own. And, I think it is interesting to kind of get that initial reaction of what other fellow wrestling fans are thinking in the moment. So I really enjoy hanging out with you guys as well. Charlotte going over to Jess, having a few words, as I think we're coming back from commercial break. So, Jay, shout out to you. Brandon said, I think that WWE could pull a swerve. I think LA Knight could win. Well, that's not the rumor, and it hasn't been the rumor, but WWE have the ability to just do what they want when they want. You know, they absolutely can change lanes and throw us off. And yeah, I mean, it's not impossible. 2 people are going to battle on Friday. One of them will go on to face John. The only thing I'll say is that Gunther has been the rumor since I think just after WrestleMania. And now here we are with Gunther in the final. So I'm very much expecting Gunther. I'm not expecting us to change direction. Rhea Ripley falls over, and that was a real botch. Shoulder, oh my God, what a mess. Rhea stumbled over. Right now we've got Charlotte up into like a razor's edge. Missile drop kick. Ugh, that was all a bit botchy and sloppy, wasn't it? It was not really Rhea's fault. I mean, she just lost her foot in, and so she ends up like stumbling back a bit, and then she's desperately trying to get Charlotte into a better position, but her balance is all off, and she's like... Well, it can't always be perfect, can it? Let's be honest. Riptides? No. Oh, mate, that was nice. Spike DDT there by Charlotte. In comes Alexa. Bang, kick coming in. Woo. Big DDT there by Alexa to Rhea. Kicks out. Chris said, Daze, are you the masked man? Yes. You think that this show has been a little bit underwhelming? Just wait until it's revealed that I am the masked man. Then you'll know a whole new level of underwhelming. Oh, Twisted Bliss, but knees up there by Rhea. Tag being made. Io climbing up. She jumps over Charlotte. Big boot coming in. Charlotte, natural selection. We are 20 minutes into this thing, you know. Sister Abigail. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. She got it really good as well. 1, 2. Rhea makes the save. I don't think Io was kicking out of that. She just hit a Sister Abigail, and it looked beautiful. It was really good. This thing has broken down into chaos and carnage. Right now, Io dragged over to the corner. Rhea on the outside. Shot coming in there by Alexa. Kick coming back. Looking for a razor's edge. Alexa. Lands on her feet. Clothesline. Sister Abigail. No joy. Headbutt there by Rhea. Riptides. Bang. Alexa planted. Tag being made. The genius of the sky going up. Whoa. Connects. 1, 2. Wow. Charlotte charges into Rhea. Breaks up the pin. Goods. Goods. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. Here comes the Kabuki Warriors. And that's the end of the match. Wow, this is really good. Oh, no, it's over. Boo! We just wasted our time. Yeah! Epic, 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 epic. This is epic. Well, it was good whilst it lasted. Kabuki Warriors have probably just caused big problems for themselves. Here comes Bailey and Lyra. Why is Roxanne and Raquel not coming down? I mean, you've got the women's tag division, all these teams getting involved. You might as well bring down... Perhaps they can't figure out what tag team should represent Judgment Day now Liv's back. But it does feel like they should be in this. Oh, okay, there's Liv. Liv, grab it. Okay, yeah. Here's Judgment Day. Yeah, do you know, that TLC match idea is such a good shout. It's such a good shout. We've got how many teams now? 5 teams. Tahana Bomb to Asuka. Boom. Do you know what? We were just saying, I don't know if they can figure out which 2 members. They haven't got to bother. They just brought down all 3. We've got Raquel. We've got Roxanne. We've got Liv. All 3 of them coming down. Boos are ringing out. Okay, this is interesting. Roxanne giving that belt over to Liv. Liv giving it back to Roxanne. That's interesting. I suppose it makes sense because Liv can go after a top women's title. She's set her sights on Stephanie. We saw that earlier, but did just wonder if there was going to be some drama there. But no, Liv seems quite happy for Roxanne to go after the tag titles. So, okay. I mean, there does appear to be harmony in the Judgment Day at the moment. That was so epic, says Jojo. Jojo, I'm glad you really enjoyed it. That's the spirit. That's the spirit. Epic, 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 epic. That was epic. That was epic. 10 tribal cheeks out of 10. Christina said, I enjoyed it. Neil said it was good. Which best John Cena shirt and caps do we like? Wow, there's been so many over the years. I always enjoyed the one that looked like a 8-bit computer style video game. The ones that have kind of been like video game one. They've done a couple actually. I've enjoyed all of those. So yeah, those ones are cool. I kind of liked the look of the one that was used at San Diego. I know that was colors and based on a San Diego team, an old San Diego team. I thought that one looked good. So there's been a few. I tell you the one that I really think is worth buying if you can get it. And it was earlier this year, John Cena went to Scotland. I think we did one Raw in Glasgow, and the caps that they did, they forgot to cross the sea out. So the line that goes over the sea, like you can't see me, that line is actually behind the sea. So it actually says you can see me. It doesn't cross the sea out. It must have been a production issue. We were talking about it because we were like, are they changing his merch now? Is it now going to start saying you can see me? And we were wondering why that had happened. But no, I think it was just a mistake because the next time we saw John, which was not long after, it went back to the sea being crossed out. So I think there was just a botch on the production run. So those Scotland Cena caps, I think, are a really fun collectible for any John Cena fan. I think that's a really good collectible. If you're into your John Cena merch, I thought that was really good how it didn't cross the sea out, but it has done on, I think, all the others. To be honest, I haven't got a magnifying glass out and looked at every merch drop. But I know on all the ones that I have seen, the sea has been crossed out, but it wasn't when we went to Scotland. It's not like Scotland to mess things up, is it? Good old Great Britain, eh? You leave it to us. We'll find new ways of botching things. Roxanne Perez was about to raise the women's tag title, tried to hand it to Liv, but Liv gave it back and raised Roxanne's hand instead. Do you know, I mean, I agree. I'm in agreement with you guys. I think this was a decent show. I think it was very watchable. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you did as well. And a big thank you to everyone that's joined us for it. I do think, though, anyone coming into this that had really been drawn in by that epic quote, I mean, yeah, it's hard to know quite what that was meant to be. I mean, it was just a solid show. It was just fine. It was, yeah, fine. Liv, do you guys want Roman to twerk in the middle of the ring, said LS Dub. No, thank you. That's not what I'm looking for. But I'm sure there are some Roman fans out there that certainly would not turn that down. Wrestling Void said, I love Liv, and I would love Liv to be the Women's World Heavyweight Champion. Hello Ross said, it was such a good Raw. It's so good. I feel like I like Jey now. Oh, really? Well, that's definitely achieved some things that I didn't foresee happening. We've got people enjoying Jey now. Jey now, you're a rock star. Amy Jobson said, I'm giving it a 7 out of 10. Not a lot of excitement generated, but a solid episode. Scottish Chris said, you leave Scotland alone, sir. You leave Scotland alone. That's fair. I did have a pop at Britain as a whole as well, though, to be honest. I did zoom out a little bit and include England and everyone else in there. But genuinely one that's worth picking up, I think. Seeb said, do we think Rhea is losing some aura with this cringe EO friendship? It's an interesting question. I don't know that she's losing aura. I just think that it's a representation. You know, Rhea, if needed, the music can hit and she can make a save and she's going to be a badass, yeah? You know, if EO is in a situation where she's in danger and Rhea's music hits, that's going to be great. But her being all lovey-dovey and friendly with EO, I just think it's something they're trying to do to make it like marketable, to make you know, to kind of tell a little bit of a story. I don't think it's making her lose aura. You only need the right situation, and she's right back, you know? I think, if anything, we're just sort of fleshing out the character a little bit. That's how I view it. You know, we can quite easily put Rhea in there with Stephanie at WrestleMania, and it's going to be a big build, and it's going to be cool, and it's going to be great, and it's all going to be no problem to get to that. So I don't think we're losing anything. I just think that, you know, she's doing this at the moment with EO, and I can understand people maybe not enjoying it as much. You know, Rhea doesn't quite come across as much of a badass when she's in like friendly mode, but it's all right. I'm not down on it. It's all right. It's something different. I mean, the thing is, the spotlight's on Stephanie on Raw and Liv at the moment, because Liv's just come back. Stephanie's the champ. And so, you know, Rhea is just not really needed around that world title. So what do you do with her? Well, we've put her in a little tag team with EO and we're having some fun with that. And that's okay, isn't it? I wouldn't do it long term, but in the short term, I think it's fine. Liv doesn't want to get squashed by Nia since she just came back, said Jennifer. Liv and Stephanie will be awesome. Jey shows all that gold in his mouth, then says Roman should be the champ. Show him remorse and understanding. He really wants to be on the nice list. Is he playing Santa? Said Fish Nake. Irish Sam said, my boss is going to ask why I'm late for work. I'll say Raw was supposed to be epic. Zort said, it was such an L. We were promised some epic and nothing got progressed enough story-wise. We didn't even get a reveal of the mystery man. That epic comment really resonated, didn't it, with people? And as such, I think some are leaving this disappointed, which is understandable. Okay, I think that last match would have been great, but the outside interference meant that it's sadly was not. It's actually picked up a really low score, which I think is quite unfair. It's picked up good 87, which I don't think is a fair reflection of that match. I think that had that got a proper finish, it would have been in the great range. But people just really, really down on, you know, so much outside interference. And maybe that's even carrying some of the frustration of this show not quite being what people were hoping for as well. So, right. Days, the most match was great was Gunther. I wish the Judgment Day era would be over, said Jordan. That is true. They did lie to us, but the show was still pretty good, said 412 times. Kevin said, Days, will we get the reveal next week? I don't know. They might stretch it out all the way until January, mightn't they? I mean, we know that Bron Breakker's got a big opportunity against CM Punk. What if we just don't have the mystery person around? And, you know, or they appear and, you know, that person could help Bron Breakker get the belt from Punk, and then we do the reveal. And I don't know. To be honest, that championship match is quite a distance. I'm surprised it's that far away, actually. I thought they would have done it, you know. I mean, we've got loads of Raws and SmackDowns in December. Surprised we're not doing it just after Christmas. You know, that little period between Christmas and New Year. We could have done it that week. I suppose that we could have done it on the 20th, but that might be a tape show. I'm not sure. I don't think you want to do it on a tape show. I understand not doing it on a tape show. But, I don't know. It seems quite far away, doesn't it? January 5th. Right, feedback required. What did you think of Raw? Okay, I'm going to go and do the breakdown video now. And we'll get a load of thoughts and comments and bits into that, right? So I'm going to do that now. You can leave your feedback on X. So you can jump over there and leave your thoughts about this show. I've got all the match scores written down and everything, so I'm going to have to just jump away. Big thank you to everyone that joined us, though. I hope you enjoyed, well, at least our chats and the conversations we've been having. So I thought Raw was okay, honestly. I don't know about NXT tomorrow. I'm not sure what's on deck for NXT. Hopefully that'll be goods. And of course, Friday should be goods because we've got the final of the Last Time Is Now tournament. So I'm going to go and do that breakdown video right now. That stream, we will be live, so you can jump over there and share your thoughts as, you know, we continue to talk about this show. And, yeah, just a big thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. And I'll see you in a minute for the breakdown. Bye for now.